Yeah, will heal you, bro. Don't internalize and believe and then thus manifest anything in the direction of what you were saying.
Amen.
Yeah.
Um,
I think it's pretty
because
presumptuous.
that's maybe the most dangerous thing that people can do if you look into Germanic New Medicine. So,
I think it's
yeah,
pretty
let's,
presumptuous for anyone to say that it's the final anything, you know? I mean, like that, like there's
Mhm.
nothing definitive about that experiment, you know? There's nothing like this is after this experiment, this is what's going to happen, you know? I mean, this is the way it is. I mean, no, people are going to have other ways of looking at it, and it's just not. It just the first time I heard it, it was stupid, you know? It didn't seem like it made sense.
Now I have a
Hold on.
question,
Sorry.
Witsit, about that. Hold on.
Hold
So,
on. Can
uh,
we hold on a
no,
second?
hold on.
Don't
Yeah,
say-
no. I just want to ask really quickly, Witsit. So, Will Duffy and what's the other guy's name? McKeegan, Dave McKeegan. Overall, would you say that those two people seemed like honest people?
no,
Okay, that's all I want to know. Thanks.
yeah. I mean, I think that maybe more so than some people would maybe assume. Like, it depends on. I think that they believe they're slicker than they are, and they technically omit things and play both sides and stuff like that.
Like
But
for
if we're going to
example,
talk about like in like a spectrum, McToon is so far over to the left, for example. For sure, like McKeegan and Duffy are not over there. And McKeegan overall was like the most tolerable and seemed the most genuine until we ever had any direct interactions where I was even slightly questioning any of his worldview, at which point he began to immediately implode, spiral, interrupt, and misrepresent everything I was saying. So I think it's a combination of ineptitude and, in person, it's a little bit more real for these people in terms of debates. But no, I wouldn't call them honest. I mean, Duffy just straight up said he thinks it's okay to be deceptive and lie, and
Mhm.
yeah, for example,
I believe him. So
let me
I can
Yeah,
example
believe he
that.
did
yeah,
He's
his
sitting
best.
there
he's
making
corrupt.
videos. He's making videos saying that real quick too. He's making videos saying that flat earthers have no answers, and whether you agree with a couple of our answers or not, okay. I've sent him uh, I've sent him like half a dozen emails. A showing him how he didn't, wasn't using the AE map correctly, and with a couple of the things he said. And B, here's a model with two rotations. Criticize what's wrong with it. Don't just say we have no answer. When I'm sitting there emailing you, and he responded to the emails beforehand. So he's obviously getting them, and all of a sudden now, when I'm sending this model, he'd rather just ignore it. And so to me, that's a type of dishonesty, just by omission.
What I want to know is out of everyone that went or like whatever happened in this final experiment, who made the most money off that?
Uh, I heard the rumor that McToon made like 50K. I don't know how true that is.
I could see that. Yeah, I could
Was it
see.
from
I
Like,
could
I
see.
heard that from pretty reliable present source. So.
was that from
Yeah.
a video?
From all the videos, from super
Oh,
chats and
cool.
ad revenue and donations.
I believe it. I
Mm.
mean,
Yeah.
my family was talking about how uh, the experiment proved that the Earth was a globe. So it touched everybody. It hit everyone, whether
Hey,
Pathetic.
look,
It's pathetic,
hey,
man.
with,
How they. Sorry, go.
yeah, maybe I can say a prayer for y'all since I gotta try to get real comfortable here. Um, are you home yet, Whitson?
Hmm.
Good. And everybody else comfortable there, and nobody's driving.
Now we're good. It's New Year's. We're at home with the people we love. Hopefully.
Yep, I am. Ain't it aggravating, real quick before we change the subject, how they put out these videos, and they're getting all these views. We're pretty much in the same community. They're just on the other side of it. And then if I try to respond to a video, like I'm lucky to get 500 views. You know what I'm saying? In Austin, you're going to get still like most of us ain't. It's like crazy watching them put these videos out and getting freaking 20,000 views, like Bob the Science Guy and shit, and and McKeegan, Toon, all, and dude, it's like,
Hey,
the argument should speak for itself. You shouldn't have to squash the opposition, and that's literally. And then they act like they're doing something, like they're doing better or something, just because they're getting more views. No, that's the way the algorithms are set, whether they want to admit it or not. Man, we're battling
yeah,
for every view.
yeah, I can tell you right now, as a globe earther right here, like, and I've been through this. You guys might not like me or whatever, but you're right. Like, there's something. It's weird. Like, I don't even know where McToon came from, because I remember we had that whole argument where we were talking about the Isle of Man at Oakley's channel, and that was a big thing. And then all of a sudden, we all disbanded there, and then all of a sudden, FTFE came out of nowhere, and that motherfucking annoying motherfucker, I don't know.
Damn, you were part of Tuft of Trees? You were part of
Yeah,
that?
hey man, you watch those episodes. I'm in there talking shit too. The tufted trees, yes.
Hey, brother.
Yeah,
I
the
like
Ultimate
that?
Warrior. No, wait, that's WWF. Never mind. But
to see that
What
one.
was it?
I was there.
What's tough to trees?
It's it was a conversation we were having. Isle of Man. Um, uh,
Oh yeah,
what was
back
his
in the
name?
day. Gotcha.
Yeah, yes, exactly. It was about this one place in the Isle of Man that like they were saying that this is one place, and we were saying it was another place, and it was just like it went on for 2 weeks. It was crazy, just looking for this one place. It was insane. The tuft of trees. That's so funny you say that. Oh my God.
Hey guys,
Okay, now hold on. Before we get too off topic,
just out of respect, please, one thing. If you guys are okay with bowing your head, and I'm gonna say a quick prayer for the new year.
Yeah, I'll bow my head.
Okay.
Yeah, shit. Yeah.
Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for the opportunity to have another year to try and do your glory through your grace. God, give us a path, give us a way, give us signs that allow us to progress. Take us to the right people and allow us to treat them just as much um, as an honorary as we would like to be treated. And Lord, just let's please try to get some of the hearts mended that may have felt bad about things that may have been illusions that they didn't even see or feel or touch or taste. Maybe these things were just not in the right order, and it got people on edge that were already anxious. And Father, just let's help ease that now, please, Father, please. We have a family, and we need to keep that together. Um, it's taken 10 years to get where we're at, and it would not have happened. Zero of this could have happened without your help and your timing, your divine timing, God. And oh, we have big plans here, but it probably looks goofy in your eyes. I'm sure it is. We just think we know it all, but we know little. We find out lots, and then come to find out we have to narrow that down to find the truth. But God, give us more and more and more and more that we're able to access and use our brains to and our discernment to find what is true and hold on tight to that. Leave everything else as false. Leave the people that are false, even though God, they may be good people. Just let them go for a little while, maybe for a different season. They can come back. And Father, your Son has mended my heart several times. Jesus.
It's okay, take a breath.
Hey, that was good, man. That was good.
It's okay.
For
Well,
real. Yeah.
let's take a breath.
Good.
I would like to say something too. Dear Heavenly Father, please arm your soldiers. We need you more than now. I mean, more than ever now. And we ask that you supernaturally heal our friend RG. Jeez, sorry, buddy. And Father, we ask that you have the enemies of you, Messiah, and your people let their plans, their evil, wicked plans fall back on them, and arm us to, go to battle for you. And please supernaturally heal our friend and give him peace and strength. And I hear the passion that he wants to do what he can for you. So please, Father, help him, purify him, heal him. And anybody else want to say anything?
Yes, I would like to say, like, hey, let's not look at groups of people and stuff like we're at war with them. Let's
Mhm.
not like we're not at war. We're all trying to get on the same page. There's no reason to have pain. I mean, there's just learn from your mistakes that you did, because we're all humans. This last year, every mistake you've done. Every time you've messed up, you'd be like, "Oh my God, I just screwed up." Just learn from those mistakes and make sure that you go on further and don't make the same mistakes, please.
And I just wanted to finish up by saying, Father, just watch over the families that you know to be truth, that you know to be your children, your lights, the ones representing you, and your teachings. And Father God, bring me peace, because I've got a lot of evidence to prove our point. It's in your beautiful creation, God. We all knew from the get go is the firmament was the key, and I see it. Thank you, God, through your grace and mercy. Amen. In your son's name, amen.
In Jesus, Yahushua's name, amen. Whoa, hallelujah. Wow. And the firmament is it.
It's the key. It is.
When you
I
were
mean, the
talking,
way
you know what I heard? 7 heavens.
we have the way light operates through the firmaments,
Mhm.
and then the things, I think certain, I know the sun and moon are inside or within the firmament, not inside of it. So, and I could be right, could be wrong, but I mean, it seems to make perfect sense if each little, light, um, when magnified, could be shown to have these motions, and with different types of camera lenses, I think you can catch these kind of subtle movements through their own water,
Mhm.
like
I think
Saturn
that,
to Jupiter and Neptune.
yeah, I think that the firmament, it was just like the furthest that society at that time could explore with their eyes or whatever. Like everything after that was just like, we don't know what it is, so they call it the firmament.
Yeah, well, you mean like the galaxies and stuff like that, and
Yeah, it was
clusters.
just like, yeah, there was a point where like there were ancient cultures, but I'm not going to take any, like the pyramids, all that stuff was amazing, and I think it's harmonics. I think that they had something that we don't know about, or maybe we do. It's just they're stifling it from us. Actually, I think that we know what's going on that happened back then, but they're just not telling us about it.
Well, if they open enough doors in that Vatican, I'm about to bun rush them.
Yeah, because
Almost,
they have some deep catacombs there that have some gruesome things going on. I'm sure. Like, well, I can't tell you if they really happened, but it looks like there's some. I don't know. It sounded like there's some really fucked up shit going on down there. So
like, hey, Pope Billy, let me borrow that main key for a minute. Go make me a few copies.
yeah,
Yeah.
we need one liver of like a 13-year-old Albanian child. Okay, I'll get him, boss. Like what the fuck? Like, I mean, crazy shit was happening back then.
Mm. Yes, it was. Man, this is the first time I've used Discord, or second, third time. I'm not quite familiar
Really?
with it.
Hey, I sent
Yeah.
you a DM.
It's addictive. Yeah, I sent you a friend request too. How do I get in touch with you? Just this is your handle on
Well,
Twitter.
I'm on Twitter. Yeah, that's where I've been on there for about a year.
With this handle, what your handle is now?
Oh shit, my phone is all wacky wacky.
And thanks
Um,
everybody for that aren't really into the praying and whatever, but thank you so very much.
Well, it's really not even about praying. It's about someone letting out what they are passionate about. You know, I mean, granted, yes, when I'm hearing him talk, I'm like, okay,
What's
yeah, he's
going
getting a
on?
little extreme, but
Richard
yeah,
Bates? What's
it's
going
still.
on, you Richard Bates? What else
Well,
have you got? Anything new to prove that?
you're talking about
Yeah.
now?
He got
He
muted.
was like mid sentence.
Somebody, I didn't
I,
mute him. It wasn't me.
It would
I got
approve
some.
what?
I got some stuff to prove. How about this? When they were doing the double slit experiment and they were shooting these photons through one at a time, pew, pew, make a little spot on the background.
I
Where
hope I
when
wasn't
they,
made, but yeah, I hear you. No.
are you gonna let me
Actually,
tell you?
before we get way off topic, hold on. Sorry, Witsit. I just want to ask another question about these characters that I asked previously. Uh, did they seem like they had an agenda?
Yes, but I mean, I think I know exactly what it was, which was just kind of go there and they just needed us to be a part of it for like attention and
Views.
and they just like left us in the dark most of the details, and they were just always scheming together, and like giving us like disadvantages basically, not giving us the Wi-Fi code, having us get there. They got there a day earlier. They all got rested up, made their plan, talked to the director about all their plans, and then had us come with way longer layovers later. And then their big secret or their big agenda or whatever is like they were like always like kind of whispering and keeping things secret, where they were doing these quote unquote experiments that they think are gonna be like so groundbreaking, and then they're all like working together and colluding to drop this like bomb on flat Earth where, to quote Duffy, he thinks it's the beginning of the end of flat Earth. And he revealed this the day before we left and we had like a little meeting or whatever. So
Wait.
there's all kinds of little like plans and agendas like within that, in terms of like some overall major agenda. I think that that's about it. Other than I think Duffy probably either took out a loan, went on credit, or even talked to some investors to pay for this trip. And he intends on selling a documentary for much more to make a profit. It wasn't some just like philanthropic, selfless, like, okay, fine, I'm care of the truth so much that I needed to spend the money on this. It's to him the whole time. It's like a business investment. 'Cause he plans on
Wait.
making more. So.
Can I ask you one question, Witsit? I know we've had troubles in the past, but I'm like really interested in the fact that they didn't give you the Wi-Fi code when you first got there, because that's huge to like separate you from the rest of the world, so they can do what they're doing. Which I felt like they're kind of grimy.
Yeah, yeah. So like when we first got there, there's Wi-Fi at the main camp, but we immediately went over to this other area where there weren't as tall of mountains, so we'd have a view of the sun the whole time. And so we had to set up our own Starlink, and so we got it set up, and then Duffy, Mark, Tune, Critical Think,
Yeah.
and David Keegan all got the internet, started scheduling their live streams and talking to people back here, but they didn't give
Oh,
us the Wi-Fi for like, like I don't know, 10 hours or something.
oh man, you know what? That's one thing. First off, how tall was a McToon? No, I'm joking. He looked like a little
Five,
motherfucker, grimy
five,
motherfucker.
five
Sorry.
nine, maybe 5'9".
Yeah, but that's crazy, man. I mean, like, because I was having a bad vibe because I'm on the Globe side, but still, this whole thing, it felt more like they were looking to get views or get subscribers. They definitely weren't looking to find out what the truth was, because they didn't have to go to Antarctica. They could have just stayed in their backyard and done an experiment that was good enough to, you know, get people to go, oh, okay. It's a globe where it's flat.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's pretty simple. McToon went there and got to make $50,000. McKeegan went there and read Super Chat so long that he was just reading off the computer for like 2.5 straight hours, just reading Super Chat. McKeegan dropped a video, got like 100,000 views in a day.
How
Mattoon
was
doesn't
it
even
though?
have a channel if it isn't for him like continually slandering me, obsessively lying about me, and putting me in his thumbnails and in his title, and then at least other flat earthers. McKeegan had like a photography thing where no one watched his channel at all. Talks about flat Earth, his channel explodes. He gets all his views on flat Earth. Same thing with Professor Dave. So in terms of that, like Yeah, I mean, McToon literally wouldn't even exist without Flat Earth. He sat there and admitted it readily and openly whenever Lee said it to him. Like, yeah, like she said, you actually should pay Austin money because you don't even have a channel without him. And he said, yeah, that's true, I don't. And then
Yeah, I
basically
think
just openly admitted that he even exaggerates and twists narratives and stuff for drama and clicks. So effectively grifts and admitted that he like just lies to get clicks. And yeah, I mean, just on his face, that's what it is. It's like those people, like who's gonna know who Duffy McKeegan, Critical Thinking McToon are? If it's not
I've
for
never
them like
heard.
leeching off
Yeah.
of us and then getting everyone to look at this situation and then somehow now they're involved and now they're going to be in a documentary and these are things that they wouldn't care. Like I'm going to be in a documentary about making America healthy again and how fluoride's bad for you and we need to remove it from the water and it has nothing to do with flat earth, nothing to do with Mattoon, and I don't know these people at all. These people need us. These people want to film us seeing the sun. These people needed us on the freaking stream. These people needed us to make the mainstream news. So yeah, it's that simple. They felt like they were using us and they feel like they were steps ahead of us and they felt like they could just leave us in the dark about many things. So, I knew all that going into it, but ironically, we're actually a few steps ahead of them. Something I'm still not even gonna say. But yeah, so it is what it is.
The documentary's about
Yeah.
fluoride.
Well, you
No,
know
no,
what?
there's another documentary I've been contacted about being in, and it's about making America healthy again. And it's gonna come out before inauguration. And if everything works out, I'm supposed to be in that as one of the only people that's not an attorney or doctor, just because they saw my fluoride debate and they wanted me to be in it.
Is the
They said they
whole
think
is the whole thing about fluoride?
no, no, it's just like make America healthy again in general. So all like the chemicals and stuff in our food, all the different industrial toxic waste products that they put in our food and our medicine and our water. It's just like they want me to talk about fluoride because they saw my fluoride debate with that like PhD toxicologist or whatever.
Do you know what else they're going to
So
talk
this is
about?
what.
Which is crazy. Like, why do you have to why do you have to put chemicals into the community's water or anything? I mean, just water's water. You let us get from the aquifer and let us do what we want with it. Why
Yeah,
would
let us.
you inject whatever
Because
you want?
it's an industrial waste product that's so toxic they can't let it evaporate or touch the ground.
They have to
And if
get
they
rid of
didn't
it.
have a way to, yeah, if they didn't have a way to get rid of it, they would have to store it in giant containers and giant warehouses forever, and that would cost them over time billions of dollars. So instead, they pour it in our water.
Mm,
Pretty fucking. It sounds pretty true. I mean, because for real, like it's damn.
Oh,
sounds.
it's absolutely true. It's a waste product. It's
Yeah.
called sodium fluoride. It's a waste product that comes from the aluminum and metal industries and also like fertilizer industries.
Yes, and
And
it's a salt. It's a salt agent, right? It's sodium, so it can like dissolve into things and then hurt
yeah,
you in the long run. You know.
yeah,
So
so
yeah.
like natural fluoride, because what a bunch of these people will say when they try to defend it is like there's fluoride naturally in your water, or there's fluoride like in spring water and naturally in your food and all this stuff. It's called calcium fluoride and it doesn't really absorb into water at all, but sodium fluoride readily absorbs into water. Like it's totally different and it's literally a synthetic industrial waste product. And it's not even in food grade. It's not food grade. There's another type of grade, but it isn't actually like refined to be only that chemical. It's whatever else comes with it. And since it's like waste product from metals, when they have tested it, they found like mercury and aluminum and
Lead, yeah, like
arsenic and
yeah.
lead, all this stuff inside of it with it. And they're just pouring all that in our water. And then the PhD toxicologist's argument is like, yeah, sure, it is a poison. Sure, it is a neurotoxin, but I think that the
It makes your
smaller
teeth
amounts are
shiny
pretty
though.
safe.
They're hard. Yeah, it makes your teeth.
Yeah,
But they tell you to spit it out, so it's all okay. Even
Well,
using
over
your
Yeah,
water
right.
when you
All you gotta do
shower
is
in it.
yeah.
over time,
It's
Um.
it's going to build up in your system anyway.
was
Over time.
it's in
the
other
skeletal
products
fluorosis
too.
because it gets absorbed into your bones and it builds up over time.
Right.
And that's
So
why all kinds of like skeletal issues have shot through the roof in like the last 30, 40 years. But they don't actually call it skeletal fluorosis. They misdiagnose it, even though it's exactly the same thing as skeletal fluorosis. And then dental fluorosis, which develops over the first 8 years of a child's life, has increased like 40,000% or something insane since they
yeah,
started
Well, with it,
in the water.
if you don't mind,
Hold on,
who
Tony.
is like the main um who's making the most money off of this fluoride thing? There's got to be a name behind it. It's got to be, who is it? Have you
I forgot the name of the company.
It's
There's a
not
few
about the
like
money.
really big parent companies. It's kind of about money because it would cost them billions and billions of dollars to store it. So they sell it and they do make money. Like technically, our taxpayers pay for it, but they don't sell it for a ton. It's much more about the fact that we pay them so we can dispose it for them instead of them having to spend billions of dollars on
But
storage.
with
Hey,
we
so was
pay
your
with,
attention?
with the,
argument
Renee
like
Renee
the argument?
started selling that whole thing.
All right. Was your
Can we
argument
not?
the
Beyonce
fluoride?
did? Who?
Yeah.
Beyonce? Oh,
Yeah,
that
they
bitch
got
music
transfers
is
on.
bad.
Was the argument purely like theoretical? Like what you just said, the explanation about how it's a waste product and
No, this is all
there's
openly admitted
no, no,
fact.
no, no. Did you have like experiments showing that fluoride causes health problems, or were you saying
Yes.
this is a toxin?
No,
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
I got all the studies, all the files, everything. It's like admitted that it is. They just claim that they claim that at that small of amount, they
Causing
think that.
bone degeneration or
Yeah,
different? Just
yes.
that or different?
All of it, everything I've said, and I've only said some of them. It's also been proven to be an endocrine disruptor. It's been proven to calcify the pineal gland. A bunch of people think that that claim is like woo woo and new agey. Like, no, literally, it calcifies the pineal gland. Well known.
yeah,
It disrupts the endocrine system. That's what like actually regulates your hormonal distribution and production, which is like obviously a huge deal. Yeah, all of it's just terrible, bro. And it's also a neurotoxin. And the part that's really bad is so babies, so like pregnant mothers, if they're drinking fluoridated water, um, babies, they can't do anything to defend themselves from that. So it's going straight to the baby, and they haven't developed a blood-brain barrier, and the placenta doesn't filter it out. So it goes straight to the baby, like worse than it would affect the mother or anyone else, right? And so it's just like building up in that baby as the skeletal structure is actually developing, and it has
yeah.
like it's getting straight up every single part of the fluoride that's in the water because the placenta doesn't filter it out. So it's
Oh, I
disgusting and terrible. And then they add fluoride to a lot of the infant water that they say you need to make formula with, which obviously formula certainly in the United States is
yeah.
incredibly bad for the baby, but then they're adding fluoride to that water. And I'm like, babies don't even have teeth. He's like, some of them do. So it's just like evil, disgusting running cover for literal
I
poisonous neurotoxins being given to
yeah.
babies.
I know that a lot of the health problems attributed to fluoride are also um, caused by pasteurization. So I think it's kind of hard to definitively claim that like
Wait, caused by
fluoride
what?
is pasteurization because when you cauterize
Oh yeah.
minerals, you don't have proper mineral absorption. So like these people don't ever have never gotten a good source of minerals in their life,
Yeah, since the
and then to
80s
blame
with the
to blame like
military.
fluoride, I think it's kind of
Well, no, it's a
Well, I
full-blown
think like
attack
what
from all angles.
Yeah,
It's
it's
part
not
like
just one angle. Yeah,
there's no way to actually isolate it directly because we're being bombarded from all angles. It's
I mean, you have
similar to like
EMF
trying to
too.
prove a vaccine injury. It's like, well, they're giving the children 72 vaccines now before they're 18. So how do you prove a specific vaccine causes a specific thing? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well, I think like you
well,
look at cultures like countries and stuff and see what their mortality rates are, and if like the lowest one, you be like, okay, so what's killing this country more, and then dissect it from there. I mean, I don't know what our
Mhm.
mortality rate is. I can Google it right now, but I think you go from there, and
I mean, you can
Also,
Google a lot of stuff. You know, you're a glober. But like, I want Witsit to like
you're
help
right.
us out here. So there's a
I
lot of
should
I
people
dropped
that
a
drink
link.
fluoride water, but how do you heal yourself, right? Because there's a lot of globers. They need to calcify
Mhm.
their pineal gland, right?
Yeah,
They can
well, just
really function.
actually, just if you
Professor,
stop consuming the fluoridated water, like for the most part, your body will begin to recover. Certainly, if you combine that with just a proper diet, getting sunshine, getting outside, doing breathing exercises, stretching, like getting the proper amount of sleep, which is specifically about REM sleep, not a number. Uh, So like and like literally sunshine. Like sunshine is the most underrated thing ever for health. And then grounding. If you do all of those things and then you eat clean food, and you stop drinking the fluoridated water, it'll largely correct itself. From my understanding, like it just depends on if your body's already kind of reached that limit that now it's developed some type of lifelong ailment. But I really don't buy into lifelong ailments. I don't buy into like hereditary, irreversible things either. I think the body's like incredible. The skeletal fluorosis thing's a bit trickier because it builds up and it gets absorbed into your bones over time. So you want to rip that band-aid off as soon as possible. When it comes to the calcification of the pineal gland, there is ample evidence that your pineal gland will actually begin to correct and decalcify if you just stop kind of like hitting it with all of these chemicals, including fluoride.
Okay, so what if okay, you got a country that does not have fluoride in their water, and you have our country. What's the
Yeah.
mortality rate?
There's too many other
I don't know that off the
variables.
top of my head. Yeah, exactly. But I do know that well,
So Australia,
their whole argument is that it's for teeth. And obviously it's been proven that actually ingestion like has no true value for teeth. Ingestion of fluoride, and obviously also that there's no way to determine what the safe amount is. Like, so a sumo wrestler is drinking the same amount as a 1-year-old, right? Like, there's the same amount of fluoride in the water for both of them. There's been no tests to truly show that biodistribution at all. There's really been no tests ever done to show that there is allegedly even a safe amount, and it actually compiles over time. And they'll never do a study on it because it would obviously show that this stuff is ridiculously retarded to
I
put inside of
mean,
you. And then,
except for like
yeah.
Britain or in Europe, their teeth are worse than ours. Why are their teeth worse than ours? I don't know.
This is what I was
Pasteurization.
gonna say. So then when you look into so topical application of fluoride is supposedly where it's the most effective, so it's more effective than ingestion, but that's also shown to not even actually be that effective. Fluoride on your teeth, even topically, topical application has been proven to actually not be that effective, despite all the claims that it is. And there are other natural things like diatomaceous earth, or however you say it, and many other things that are much more beneficial to remineralizing your teeth, building strong enamel, and literally like diatomaceous earth and mixed with like say like raw organic yogurt and sitting on your teeth can actually begin to grow back if you have had them break off or whatever. But then when you look at the countries that have banned fluoride from the water and you compare them to the countries that have fluoride in their water, like there is no difference other than the ones that have banned it seemingly even have better dental health. So it has not in any way helped with dental health. And then the excuse that guy made was, well, yeah, but a bunch of those countries that have banned it, they're socialist countries, and so they have better access to dental care, so they're getting the fluoride they need. And it's like, first of all, they're not all that way. You just kind of made that up, and it's just an excuse. And regardless, it refutes your claim that because these municipal supplies are adding fluoride, it's helping with dental health. That isn't true. Here are all the countries and states that have banned it, and they have the same or better dental health as the places that have not. So
When you're done,
Great
I got a
Britain has
question.
pretty bad. Like Great Britain's pretty bad, but I mean, like I don't like. I'm not saying that it's fucked up, but you're yeah, I mean, like, okay, so I think that what they did was find out that fluoride does help people's teeth, and then they're making money off of it, which they shouldn't fucking be injecting into us. I mean, I think that it actually does, but I don't know about the pineal gland stuff, so I have to look into that a little bit more.
well, I
But
can share my
It's kind
screen
of
share
like
I
a
don't think they care about the pineal. I
It
don't think they give a shit
doesn't
about the
help your
pineal
teeth.
gland. They're like, fuck it, we're gonna make money off of this shit, so whatever. I think it's still nefarious
Hey,
as fuck.
thanks,
Yeah.
Tony.
let,
It's
let me
kind of like
say
a
one thing
psyop
about
within
my
a
brother.
psyop.
My brother was on prescription grade fluoride like his whole childhood, and his teeth are so freaking soft, just like falling apart, man. He was on that act shit, and none of all the other kids were on it, and all my brothers and sisters have like fairly hard teeth. We got pretty good teeth, but he got the prescription grade act, like, and his teeth are like soft. It's freaking really bad, and he's skinnier than all of us. Like, he looks like a runt baby. It just sucks. So
Well,
I know it
in
does
reality,
cause
like
really bad shit to
like
your teeth.
yeah, the Amazon and the people down in like South America, they have the best teeth. In Africa too, they have the best teeth. They don't do shit to their teeth. They just like, go out there and kill animals, eat it, whatever. Forge off the earth. So there's a lot of truth, like what you're saying, with it. I mean, as soon as you introduce chemicals into your life, like we do with like when we eat processed cheese and processed foods and stuff. I mean, we are killing ourselves. We are poisoning ourselves, quite literally poisoning ourselves. Because no other. Okay, so our country has the worst case of cancer, right? I think America does. And just
Yes.
like, yes,
Mm,
it. Well, no, there's another country too, but they have poor health also.
Some like random no name like small countries are relevant. Like in terms of like the big countries, it's not even close. Like America's the least healthy in the world.
And least intelligent when it comes to like their children and stuff. It's fucking crazy. Yeah, I think America is just like when the New World Order comes into play, we're going to be the jail. We're going to be the prison, you know. And probably like in Switzerland, that'll be like the or in Hawaii, it'll be like the New Haven, you know.
Oh, also, so this is the story of what happened here. So they were doing like an IQ study, and they showed that there was like Harvard did an internal study, so they have like specific standards for the study to be considered like legitimate. And they did this internal study looking at all the different like data and surveys and all that stuff, all the different studies, to compile them together, 2012, and they found that there was a direct relationship between a lower IQ and the amount of fluoride consumed during pregnancy and early
mm,
childhood. And
fuck.
what it showed was like 0.48 of a standard deviation lower. And Harvard actually said, "Oh, well, it's just like 0.48 of a point. So it's just like half a point. So that's really largely insignificant. And when it comes to all the dental benefits that come from fluoride, it's worth that. That's like largely insignificant. But it was 0.48 of a standard deviation, which is 15 points. So it's 7.5 points lower IQ. And whenever they were called out for making that extremely rudimentary mistake, they just changed the paper to instead of say 0.48 of a point, 0.48 of a standard deviation, and then still had the same conclusion that that's largely insignificant, which is ridiculous. If you took 7.5 points off of like a society's IQ, you would lose something like 60% of their geniuses,
Mm,
and you would lose or like you would increase the like the retarded population by
Yeah, the
like
80%.
80 80% or something.
Yeah, yeah,
So like that, like it's so stupid. And then in 2016 they revisited it, a different place revisited it, and they made the same exact quote unquote mistake, and then they got sued. So then there was a lawsuit about it, and it's like a class action lawsuit. They kind of dragged their feet, and then finally the judge was like, okay, you know, they need to now, like, I forgot what the name of the company is. I'll look it up, the organization, but it's like the biggest organization in the world for this, for like
yeah.
overall studies or whatever. So it said that they need to do it, and they did it. And then when they went to release the results, the second in charge of the NIH, I believe, like said they're not allowed to release the results. And so then the judge had to force them to release it. And then of course what it did was confirm that in fact there is a correlation between fluoridation and decrease in IQ. And there's a few other pending decisions still based on that lawsuit and court decision that are still being dragged out. So just what I'm saying is I'm saying all that to say, like, just the history of that from 2012 to now, like how Harvard made this simple mistake, like they didn't make that. I mean, or they're just incompetent of saying it was only half a point when it was actually half a standard deviation. And then that same mistake was made in 2016 in both scenarios when they got called out and shown to have been incorrect about that. Instead of being intellectually honest and being like, well, that changes our conclusion, right? Like if we said that only half a point is statistically insignificant and worth it, then we can't just say that it's exactly the same for 7.5 points. But that's what they
Right.
did.
yeah.
Yeah.
There's a reason. Yeah, exactly. There's a reason why America, United States, is 46th in education or like intelligence. You know, there's a reason why. I mean, they want us to be doled down because it's easy to
Yeah.
control someone if you make them into a robot. You know, if you feed them a bunch of bullshit that other countries do not let into their country and have their people eat. You know, because there's a lot of shit in America that they do not eat in other countries, so they don't even allow it into the border. You
Hey,
know, I mean, they do.
Tony, real
I mean,
quick,
like,
Tony, real quick. You were saying that you think that the fluoride is good for the teeth, and yeah, and that study he was just talking about was justifying it that it's because of the benefit to the teeth. But Witsit already said there's a difference between calcium fluoride and sodium fluoride. Calcium fluoride, they did a test on, and they could, because it's calcium fluoride, right? That could actually be beneficial for teeth. And then there's sodium fluoride, totally not at all the same thing at all. It's a byproduct of aluminum processing, poison, and it's bad for your teeth. Sodium, it's not good for your teeth at all. The sodium fluoride, what they're putting in the water, it's not at all good for your teeth.
Yeah, it
Everyone, a
causes
lot of
dental
people miss that point.
fluorosis.
Yeah, it
Right.
causes the fluorosis, so it's actually not even good for your teeth. So there's no justification for it at all.
It's actually really bad for your teeth.
So you're telling me like there might be a politician out there that has like, you know, like a reason to actually push that kind of fluoride into the community, you know, because
No, it's not the politicians. It's the money. It's the money because they don't have to work. They don't have to pay to get it to get rid of it because you can't put it. It's that dangerous. That's how dangerous it is.
I'm sharing
They're putting it in
the.
our drinking water.
I'm sharing the info, by the way. If you want to look at my screen, you'll see. This is I dropped this link, fluoridealert.org, right? But it's got like pretty much everything. If you come over here and you
There's a
scroll
lot
over to.
that accumulates, that are lighter than air, almost like the barium, aluminum, is being breathed in. It's being ingested through the mouth, our teeth, our gums,
Yes.
and
You see how they call it fluoride? Just fluoride. They don't call it sodium fluoride. They call it fluoride, like as if it's the same thing as calcium fluoride. And just by calling it fluoride, even the people that are against it are just calling it fluoride rather than making that distinction, which is I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just saying that's the trick that they, that's the magician's trick. And he's got you looking over here, and he sticks a little aluminum and toothpaste, and oh wow, look how white your teeth are. Keep doing it that way.
Yeah.
So
there's
real
a lot
fast.
of advertising, networking this is why it's lasted this long. But the gig is up, man. The time is now, guys. We're truthers. We know what the heck to do with our kids. It needs to be a revolution like that. Not fall in the streets. Protect yourself if you have to, by all means, but don't buy the bull crap. If you start seeing these wars unfold and aliens falling out of the sky, it's just a trick. It's just a show. Okay.
Yeah, in
So-
reality,
Go ahead, Witsit sharing screen.
Okay, so you asked about the pineal gland thing. So I'm going to read this real quick. Okay. So in the 1990s, a British scientist, Jennifer Luke, discovered that fluoride accumulates to strikingly high levels in the pineal gland. And all of this is sourced on this website. The pineal gland is located between the two hemispheres of the brain and responsible for synthesis and secretion of the hormone melatonin. Melatonin maintains the body's circadian rhythm, regulates the onset of puberty in females, and helps protect the body from cell damage caused by free radicals. While it is not known if fluoride accumulation affects pineal gland function, preliminary animal experiments found that fluoride reduced melatonin levels and shortened the time to puberty. Based on this and other evidence, the National Research Council has stated, quote, fluoride is likely to cause decreased melatonin production and to have other effects on normal pineal function, which in turn contribute to a variety of effects in humans. Here's a pineal gland, and fluoride is deposited here as a result of fluoridated products. And then here you go. It actually starts to break down like the levels of fluoride and then the correlative early puberty and hormonal disruption, basically. So it hurts male fertility. It creates an early onset of puberty in girls, and it affects like your cell's ability to basically protect and repair themselves, and your overall hormone regulation, specifically melatonin, which is crucial to REM sleep, which is obviously crucial to health. So this isn't just like a new age woo-woo thing. So here, fluoride effects on sperm quality, I definitely encourage people to go read this if they've never heard of any of this. It's insane. And like really quickly, I'll show you. Here are all the different things, right? So you have hypersensitivity, acute toxicity. It affects the brain. You can click on all this. Like if you look here, this is one of the biggest ones, I think. Although skeletal fluorosis has been studied intensely in other countries for more than 40 years, virtually no research has been done in the US to determine how many people are afflicted with the earlier stages of the disease, particularly the preclinical stages. What's up with that? And this is the part that's crazy, is they actually have just been misdiagnosing it. One of the reasons doctors fail to detect skeletal fluorosis is because the symptoms and appearance of fluorosis can closely resemble other more commonly known bone and joint diseases. This is true for both the early and late stages of the disease. In the initial stages, known as pre-skeletal fluorosis, patients may suffer a variety of symptoms in the absence of any detectable bone changes, including joint pain, joint stiffness, and gastric distress. And this, what happens is your bones absorb it, and it slowly starts to accumulate. That's why it's one of the most dangerous symptoms of the fluoride. The absence of bone changes makes this pre-skeletal phase difficult to diagnose because the symptoms are indistinguishable from common forms of arthritis, such as osteoarthritis and rheumatoid arthritis. So if you look up the number, like the increase in arthritis and the different variations of arthritis in the United States, it's like shot through the roof, right? Over the last couple, few decades. So what a coincidence, right? Like that, they're not even ever diagnosing for skeletal fluorosis. It's like just largely omitted. It's very similar to how they say that like polio is gone, but really no, they just changed the diagnosis. And yeah, I mean, there you go. So what sucks is because this is so suppressed, it's just like most of this stuff when it comes to poisons and chemicals and heavy toxic metals and stuff like that, toxic heavy metals. It's like it's so suppressed and removed from like the consciousness of people, and it's never isolated and truly studied with independent clinical studies, right? That you're really kind of limited to when it comes to actual proof of the individuals themselves being affected. You're limited to correlative data, correlation. This is how they get away with vaccines as well, because they're like, correlation doesn't equal causation, to the point where someone could take the COVID vaccine and then immediately die. And they're like, yeah, but how do you prove that it came from the vaccine? And there's no way to do that. So anyway, yeah, you should look into it. Because what really pisses me off about this, and I'll stop, is the fact they give it to babies. And think about it, if a baby's like if this is affecting like grown adults, and obviously there's evidence of like animal tests and even people that skeletal fluorosis is absolutely a real thing. It's not denied. It's just not studied as to how much is people in society now are being affected. But think about a baby whose skeleton is actually developing, okay, lifetime developing, and then this be given fluoride with the mom's drinking these different over-the-counter drinks, or if they're just like making tea at home, or they think they're drinking water out of their fridge that has a filter, so they're good. They're consuming fluoridated water their entire pregnancy, and they're told to be very hydrated. And then the fluoride and the different chemicals in that water is going directly to the brain and to the bones and developing skeletal structure of that baby, because the placenta doesn't filter it out at all. So it goes directly to the baby. Way more of it goes to the baby than to the mother. And so, imagine what that's doing. Like we may turn around in like 10, 15, 20 years and see this. So many people have skeletal issues. And I was talking to my chiropractor, and he was like, dude, the number of people now that have like immense skeletal issues is through the roof. And obviously, like the mainstream story is that's just based on the fact we're all looking at phones all the time. A lot of people work at their computers now. And while that clearly does play a role, because we're all like looking down, it's not just that, bro. It's that they've actually weakened your bones by allowing fluoride to be soaked into them all the time.
Yeah, brother. My nephew has problems like that. He's 21 now, and he played basketball for a little while, but his mom was very strict on him getting every shot every school year, regardless. He was getting the shots, right? Oh man, and unfortunately, bro, he turned out to be not a severe case of autism, but a pretty severe case. But he moved in with me during his high school years, and I helped him get a truck, keep a job, and do good for himself. But yeah, he did have a lot of like contortion issues, if you want to put it that way, and almost like ticks, like you know what I mean when I say ticks. Um, but anyway, I really think that this field theory, um, from the micro to the macro, and how the things structure themselves through the strong and weak nuclear force. And even if, and this is what shocked me, even when you have magnetized balls, or like 2 millimeter magnetized or non-magnetized, they still follow these field lines. I mean, like religiously. Um, would you have a little bit of an answer for that? And if not, it's fine. I am holding my very first base, man, after being on X for a year. And I would love it if you guys will come. Anybody here that wants to come, I'll send out some reminders, because I think, with what you know about relativity and stuff, and we're trying to get past that to show a viable set of physics, for flat earthers, to show ourselves, not specifically Globers, but they could look at it if they wanted to. But yeah, man, I know it's a little off subject, but would you do that honor for me and pop up? It's Saturday after Flat Earth Friday at 10 p.m. Saturday night. Hello?
Yes,
Oh,
Yeah, I'll
sorry
be
that I
there.
responded. I
I can
said,
be there.
yeah, I should be able to, depending on maybe like what else is going on here. But yeah, I'll do it if I'm able to do it for sure.
Yeah, but
Cool.
with the kids being poisoned, like everyone in the world being poisoned, with that topic, that thing that's on the screen right now, talking about how it's not necessarily linked, but like the thing that your mouse is on right there, where it says that like those, particularly those with kidney diseases, will suffer fragile bones, um, but animals that don't might not have those same symptoms. It's basically pointing out that like fluoride, the like how toxic something is and how much damage it will do to a person depends on the strength of the person. So
Yeah.
if you look at the healthiest people in the world, they don't drink much water in the first place. And we're talking about a chemical that's within water that water actually dissolves. So the remedy for mineralization, or like stored accumulated minerals that you can't use, something that would help is drinking water. So the fluoride thing is actually a distraction. So, like, we're not supposed to even be drinking water. The main cause of all of these health problems, this has been shown, the skeletal deformities, Down syndrome, uh, increasing chronic disease with generations, it's all caused by pasteurized food. Cauterized mineral content. When you cook a food, it cauterizes and damages the mineral content. You don't properly absorb it. So, I mean, I'm not like defending fluoride, but it's just kind of a distraction off the main thing.
Yeah, I think it's like a false dichotomy, right? Like, if you think that other things are bad or that people shouldn't drink water, which, I mean, I'm not going to debate you about that. I do think that people shouldn't just like try to chug a lot of water. I think and that it can actually be detrimental and flush out beneficial minerals before they have time to be absorbed. And that you're only supposed to drink a certain amount every 30 minutes or whatever. I forgot what it is. But I don't necessarily agree that it's entirely bad. I think that like raw milk hydrates you better, from kind of anecdotal experience for sure. But I do think the fluoride is still bad. And every time that they give them to animals, it's super bad. And then they try to say like, oh, fluoride is going to help with the skeletal issues because it increases bone mass. and so they started trying to give it to people for osteoporosis, and what it did was result in like more bone fractures, and it's
Right.
been
Of
shown that
course, yeah.
it is bad. It causes fragility of the bones, and the
It
danger
definitely
with it
does.
is that what happens is that it like gets absorbed into your bones, and then it just accumulates over, so your bone just keeps getting more and more and more fragile. So then if you're like not going to a chiropractor or working out or having good posture and looking down, then that's going to affect you way more over the course of your life if your bones are
Right.
not nearly as
But
strong, right? So
I'm just saying that like if uh, society was like eating only raw food and understood that like water doesn't even necessarily hydrate you very much, even if the water was fluoridated, the detrimental effects would be minimal to non-existent. Um, so that's the main point I'm trying to make.
no, I mean, yeah,
Hmm.
I don't think I disagree with you. But I think a benefit of this, for example, is what it does is it makes people realize if they don't ever think about it, they just drink their water out of their fridge, for example. Most people think that like, oh, this water's good because it's got a filter, a Brita filter built into my fridge, and like, no, it's not doing anything really. Um, like maybe large particulates, you know. And so when people like realize something like this, like, oh damn, like they would allow something that's just poison, a toxic waste product from big industries to be put in my child's water. Like this can just serve as a major wake up for people to like detach and step back and realize they can't just like blindly walk through life trusting like the system or the FDA to protect them. People think that if it's on the shelf, it's largely okay because the FDA approved it. But in reality, they would literally allow you to consume rat poison. They don't care at all. So, um, no,
Yeah.
yeah, like I just think it's important, you know, because this has been a large, like everyone's heard the idea of fluoride in the water at this point, and it being confirmed to not just be like a baseless conspiracy, but rather being a fact. And other states and countries repealing it and stuff like it gets the normie into the world of realizing that to actually maintain health, we're gonna have to like reset everything that they took for granted. So that's why I think stuff like this is important. You know, even though it's super basic, and I agree that the amount of fluoride that's in the water, the amount people are even really consuming, is probably one of the least serious concerns at this point. I think it may actually have very profound implications on docility, if that's a word. So like being more
Mm.
docile. I think it probably is.
Yeah,
Mm,
allegedly that's one of the
yeah.
things. Like they said, Hitler did that. He used that.
Yeah, I've heard that allegedly too. I don't know how true that is, but I do know that like there is evidence like quite a bit that it affects your pineal gland, it accumulates in your pineal gland, and there's basically no studies on it beyond like just the fact that it absolutely does go there and get stored there and start to mess with like regulation of melatonin. So I think that's probably the real car. I think that like it isn't really about saving money, all that they do. I don't think it's probably as crazy for some of the serious stuff like just brain diseases. I think it's probably something like it actually makes you more docile. And um yeah, you
Yeah,
know, you get it. I
it's
just
like
think people
terrain
need to
theory.
know. People don't know anything about this. Like if I tell them about skeletal fluorosis, dental fluorosis, endocrine disruption, the calcification of the pineal gland, they're not gonna know about any of it, and they definitely don't know that it's like literally a waste product that you have to wear hazmat suits to clean up if it spills. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's just like with terrain theory, like uh, degenerative tissue allows for like functionality of microorganisms, like some janitorial function. Like the quality of the people determines the leaders. So like um, by poisoning the population, they basically have degraded like our whole entire political system. So I mean, there's that too.
Yeah, and I think that like the meta here, it's always the same thing. It's like the body like an incredible machine, And that's why fasting is probably beneficial to some people, even if there is like layers to that argument and some claim that it's actually not that good for you. Just because people are constantly consuming so much poison and just everything they eat is bad for them, just like stopping for a second is good for them. And because I've heard like decently compelling arguments that fasting isn't all beneficial like people claim, and I've heard decently compelling arguments that it is. Anyway, it doesn't really matter because my point is that if the options are consuming tons of poison and chemicals, or just not consuming the poison and chemicals, like, because what some of this stuff does is it just slows your system down. It causes inflammation, uh, and like so your body's just in repair mode. It's just trying to survive all the time. And my whole point with this is that I think that we're being bombarded by so many environmental toxins that our immune system is so weak. I think vaccines are the biggest one for sure. That things that otherwise would be very um, insignificant in terms of your body handling them are way more dangerous, right? Like because you're so weak. It's similar to like allergies. It's like my little sister is super allergic to peanuts or whatever, and like her whole face will swell up and explode. I'm like almost positive that that's because she had a vaccine reaction and doesn't know it. And um, maybe I'm wrong, but the point remains. You know what I'm saying? So they give us all these vaccines, and they
Hmm.
do stuff like put thimerosal in it, which is mercury, of course, because it increases shelf life. So like they just blatantly don't care at all about your health. They want to kill you basically slowly and make money off you while they do it. I think that
Yep.
all these diseases and ailments and allergies and stuff, I think they're all developed at a very young age because of vaccines. And then now we're talking about chemicals and toxins in our water and in our food and in our air that would otherwise really not be that big of a threat. They are a threat and they do hurt us because our bodies are just crippled. You know what I'm saying? And they basically just turned off
It
naturally built-in immune
it
function.
destroys, like, vaccines destroy the whole entire food processing system of the body. Like the toxins accumulate in the stomach. Um, the stomach is like the most durable tissue in the body, and it's been shown that over 90% of the like adjuvants and toxins and vaccines accumulate in the stomach and damage the bacterial content, and like your whole entire digestive tract basically gets destroyed by vaccines.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. So,
Yeah, and like malnutrition in general is what causes like um, skeletal deformities. So like basically what it comes down to, it's like it's well known in toxicology that like excess body fat will dilute toxicity, and like a fatter person requires more of the same poison to achieve the same effect. Um, fat is actually the number one thing that protects you against toxicity, and the quality of the fat that you have depends on what you built that fat with. So the quality of our society literally is based on the quality of the fat on the individuals within that society. It changes the entire thought process of the world. So fat is the most important, and the stomach, the digestive tract bacteria, and fat are like the main things.
no, that makes a lot of sense, man. It does. By the way, I dropped the link for anyone that wants to look into this stuff or say you got someone trying to defend Flora. I just dropped this link, and it's got all the papers, everything for you. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna stop sharing screen, but you can, yeah, and then the National Toxicology Program, the NTP report, that's the organization that the judge said, okay, now you need to do it. And then the NIH stepped in and said, no, you can't release the results. And then the judge said, you have to release the results. And that was only after they filed a motion that said, bro, they're suppressing the results after you ordered it. And so then they said, okay, you need to release the results. And sure enough, what did it do? It confirmed the validity and veracity of the previous results. which was a direct correlation between IQ and fluoride and many other elements. So there
Yeah.
you go. I mean, if anyone wants to call BS on you, like hit them with you have the freaking National Toxicology Program report. You know, what are they going to say? It's freaking like 2017 to like now, effectively. So freaking like a 7-year ongoing class action lawsuit where the government has like just tried to suppress it the whole time. So yeah, pretty crazy.
There's something. This is something I wouldn't bring up in like a debate, but major food companies. This is according to there was a scientist that was a part of this experiment. They did it like a 20-year experiment, like General Mills and Purina, um, with farm animals. It was like sheep and like alpaca, and they they had one group. They split these animals into two groups and had one group eat cooked foods and one group ate raw foods. And they found that after 20 years, the cooked food animals all had chronic disease and parasites. And basically, like, yeah, I mean, there's many experiments that show this, but like cooking food, it's called pasteurization. It's named after the guy who invented germ theory, Louis Pasteur. He also did the first test with vaccines with adjuvants. Basically, invented vaccines. Pasteurization is a ritual. You're paying homage to the guy who invented vaccines when you pasteurize food, and it creates a terrain within the body that allows for parasites to eat you, and which is not necessarily a bad thing, but causes all disease. Pasteurization.
No, yeah, that's a trip. I believe that as well. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised at all because Rockefellers have only ever publicly really gotten behind like two pieces of legislation ever, and one of them was the banning of raw milk and the forced pasteurization. So
Yep, that's the number one thing they care about. But the scientists on that 20-year experiment, he like came out and talked about it, but they trashed all the data. So they were going to try to prove that like cooking food is beneficial, and then that it was the opposite result. So they just dumpstered all of it.
yeah, this is like because people that do that or make those decisions, like they know what they're doing. You know what I'm saying? It just blows my mind people would ever kind of be that evil. I guess profit over people or whatever, but it just seems wild.
Yeah. Um. Yeah. I mean, it's been shown that like also it's been shown that there's independent people who did the exact same experiment with different animals. Um. But it's been shown that even if you're eating like raw meat, if you're drinking pasteurized milk, you're going to develop chronic diseases. Um. So pasteurized dairy is worse than cooked meats, worse than pasteurized meat. Pasteurized dairy is very toxic. But yeah. Also, even previously frozen like dairy is 5 times less healing. It's been shown in tests with animals that the animals will recover 5 times slower if they've had previously frozen like butter compared to fresh butter.
That's crazy.
Yeah, no one really understands this stuff, but like why it's happening. But definitely insane.
Hey, what was that butter thing you just said? Because we've been drinking raw milk, but we just get regular butter and freeze it, and I think that's terrible. So line me out.
No, I was just saying that if you have raw butter, well, unpasteurized butter that has been previously frozen is 5 times less healing than uh, non-frozen unpasteurized butter. So pasteurization is terrible. If it's pasteurized, freezing it probably doesn't matter at all. But if it's raw butter, you want to have it fresh. If it's previously frozen, it's less healing.
Awesome, thanks.
What does the
Yeah,
freezing do to it?
I think it probably just hurts the enzymes or kills the good stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. The living matter, the living part okay, there's a living part of it. Gotcha.
Yeah. Apparently, there's fish that live in naturally like freezing climate. That when that fish is frozen, it won't become damaged. Like it won't become or significantly. It won't be significantly less healing because the cells have like adapted to that environment. It's kind of crazy.
But then if you cook it, it will be anyway. It will be less healing.
Yeah, pasteurization's way worse than freezing.
Yeah, but then if you cook it even after freezing it, then you're losing it anyway. Probably what you think, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the fluoride and what you're talking about is a whole other level, but the fluoride thing, like it's like one of those things that actually is provable, like it's admitted to. And it's like we're talking about flat earth and a lot of these other things. I always say, like, if we can't even get people to realize that fluoride's bad for you on all levels, not even good for your teeth, and there's a difference between sodium and calcium fluoride, and they just call it fluoride now, and no one thinks about that part of it. If that, I mean, it's all right there in front of your face. If we can't, it's hard to think that other things that are a lot harder to figure out, that you could raise awareness if you can't even get to the thing that's the most destructive, and it's in your actual drinking water, and it's admittedly not good for you.
What you're saying is a good point, and I think it's sort of like if you're going to talk to a complete normie, like someone who's not a conspiracy theorist, if you just go to flat Earth with them, it can either backfire or be very beneficial. Like if you convince a complete normie of flat Earth, every other conspiracy is like easy at that point.
Right.
So what I think, I've gotten in trouble for this, but what I think is that the most shocking, most ridiculous, most hilarious thing to talk about is fecal transplants. It's filled with bacteria, literally feces, and there's a Yale document called "Eat Poop and Live." Vice is talking about people should eat poop. There's literally all this information about people should eat feces because it has all these health benefits, and I just think that might be a good thing to push.
That's the first. You're saying go straight to that before flat
Just go
Earth.
straight to feces.
Eat poop. Yeah, that's easy to get people to get into. I mean, who wouldn't want to do
I'm
that?
saying
right?
it's hard. I'm saying it's hard, but if you get people on that, then all the other stuff like vaccines will be easy at that point.
So you're saying, and I don't want to go into this topic because it's just like but like I said, to put it in capsules or whatever, and you're saying that's just like healthy for if you put it in capsules or whatever, for anyone to do it, it would be a beneficial thing.
Depends
no matter
on
what.
Depends on where you're getting the stuff, but yeah. But
okay.
Yes.
Well, that's another side topic. That's definitely going to be a lot harder than a lot of other things. But yeah, if you can't get people to be aware of the thing that they're putting in there's cities in America that have gotten it taken out of their municipal supply of water, right? Like, so that's happened because they've won court cases, and it's just a matter of someone putting the effort in, take it to court, and be on the city council or whatever, and make it happen. Whole countries don't do it, and now we've got somebody that's going to be coming in with Trump with RFK that's talking about getting the fluoride out, right? Witsit? Did he say something about getting rid of fluoride? I don't know if he's still
Talking about
here.
RFK?
Yeah, didn't he?
Probably.
And that's big if true.
No, well, I'm like 100% sure that 99% sure that guy is controlled op.
Well, he's but at least he's because he's not like anti. He doesn't talk about like viruses not being real. He just doesn't. Yeah, it's not like anti-vax, but anti-bad vax, and so it's at least a step.
Right. He's like lukewarm anti-vax.
Yeah.
I think this whole movement, the Make America Healthy Again movement, is like it's just going to be a psyop.
Pacifying a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, there has to be. There's people that are aware of some of these things like fluoride and whatever else. And if he's like, if that's how big fluoride is. If he doesn't acknowledge that and actually do something about it, then yeah, that's easy to call out that it's not about really trying to make people healthy. That's the biggest thing that could be done, and it's
Exactly.
totally admitted to already. Yeah, I wonder
Did
how
you
many
notice
hip
they
replacements happened
recalled
before the
raw
fluoride.
milk in California?
Yeah, I know. I went to go find it, and it was off the shelf.
Yep. And then they're saying that like it's gonna come back when Trump gets in. Like I don't know. It's really weird.
Yeah,
Like there hasn't been raw milk recalls like ever, and then they just recall it for like a month right before Trump gets in, and then Trump gets in, and then they're gonna bring the raw milk back. And
right. It's
yeah,
like the economy is gonna go a little bit bad, so that it'll feel like when he gets back in, it's because of him. And yeah, a few other things too. I was thinking about that could be totally intentional.
yeah.
Yeah, get us our raw milk because he did mention that, or actually RFK mentioned raw milk. And and then the chicken thing. I don't know if they're going to do with the bird flu epidemic on a large scale with a lot of like restrictions and stuff. But I went to get eggs the other day and they were like $12, $13 at the very least.
I think it's like they're acting like they're trying to move things in a better direction. But it's gonna just get worse. Like they're gonna just try to enforce all their this germ theory, like new virus. Like they're gonna try to ban like raw milk, and they're gonna just. I think it's gonna get worse.
Oh, wait, so you saying they're going to bring it back? The raw milk's going to come back with Trump, and then it's going to go away again?
Um, might not even come back. I don't know.
What was their reason? I think there was some kind of connection with some kind of bad for your health because of the contamination or something like that. Is that what they said with the raw milk? Is that the reason for the recall?
Yeah, they said there's a virus, which if that's true, like harmful bacterias and microorganisms can't thrive in truly raw milk. So if there is anything persisting within milk that's claimed to be raw, it's because it's not raw.
Oh no, yeah, but the one study that because I bought the actual brand that was in the paper that day, and I was over at Kenny's house, and Kenny's like, "Look, what you just bought, they just put out a recall on that brand right there." And then we looked into it, and there was like, could be, maybe, possibly, but nothing has been reported of anyone getting sick or any kind of cases that are, what the claim is.
Yeah, I mean
Yeah,
it's probably completely fake. Like, but yeah,
eggs are the healthiest thing, and raw milk's the healthiest thing, probably, as far as anything you can just get without it being like, steak or something like that. But yeah, they did
raw
make
cheese
make
is the
America sick
healthiest.
again.
Yeah.
Raw cheese, that's healthier than raw milk, you think,
Yep. Well, it's just condensed,
because
but
of
it
the
looks like it's
cultures?
just
Yeah.
um due to its detoxifying effect on the stomach. So I brought up how like most of the toxins in vaccines accumulate in the stomach. If you have raw and salted cheese, it'll go through the digestive tract and absorb and bind with those toxins, and it will straight up remove it out of your digestive tract. Um, it's the only thing that does that. So, in order to detoxify vaccines, if you've had like over 6 vaccines, according to some people's calculations, it can only be done using raw cheese. Otherwise, it just takes way too long. Like you can be detoxifying heavy metals and adjuvants, but it will take like lifetimes if you've had over 6 vaccines.
You mean like the heavy metal chelation?
Essentially, but not chelate. Like, yeah, basically. It's the only one that is
Yeah,
actually
anything pasteurized.
detoxifying. Like, yeah,
I was gonna say anything pasteurized is trash. You know, when they heat up the milk, when they boil the milk and it's all pasteurized. When they do the same with honey, anything pasteurized is just absolutely bad. The oils, you know, like these seed oils that they cook like crazy degrees. It's just all of it is not good, man. They're killing all the nutrients.
Yep, that's why raw milk is the key. That's what we were just talking about. Yeah, and it's so good. It tastes so much better. It feels better when you drink it like right away.
that's what we're supposed to be drinking. We're not really supposed to be drinking water like the way we do. But
I bought into the well, I felt like I was lactose intolerant. I don't know why, but it gave me a stomach ache. Maybe it was like the pasteurization. I don't know, but I kind of got over that. But I used to tell people when I was drinking that we're the only species that drinks another species milk, thinking that was like good reason to not drink milk at all. But
I
I
think
mean, it doesn't seem
insects
like it'd be
farm.
natural necessarily.
I think insects
Is
farm
that?
other insects for their milk. I forget which insect though.
Yeah. Would you say that breast milk, if you could actually get raw breast milk, it would be even healthier for the human because it's human's milk or not?
Depends. It just depends on the
It
like.
definitely is if you're a babe.
Most people are very unhealthy, so I'd say probably not.
There was something out, yeah. Witsit had some kind of infection, and we were talking to the other server that the breast milk was actually a good recommendation to help heal the infection. Thought that was interesting. Did I cut out? Okay, I'm not going to take it. No more breast milk, eating breast milk, or eating fecal matter for the conversation. How about we make that a rule? Seems like cow farm, that'd be the way to go if they're going to take all this shit away. You can be a farmer, you're like, that's like guaranteed way you can have your eggs and your cow milk, your raw milk for a lifetime. What about raw goat milk? Is it just as beneficial as cow?
Yeah, it's good. But I don't think the key is like that each person becomes like, you know, a farmer or like a cow farmer or something like that. I mean, we should all farm, but I think it makes more sense to live in a community of like-minded people, and each person has their thing. You know, a person has an orchard, another person has like, you know, the cows, another person has, you know, the
Sure.
potatoes that they're whatever it is, you know.
Right?
One person's like keeping bees, he handles the honey, you know, and just like share, and that's
Yep.
it. Maybe
That
barter,
would be
you know.
that's why they demonized those kind of things, making like any kind of commune or any kind of communal living seem like it's just a cult with a crazy leader gonna make you drink poison eventually.
Yeah, because that's like
Lots of psyops.
that's the thing that takes power from the government. If you're not relying on the government, if you're absolutely independent of them, you have not like, you know, you don't need to listen to what they're saying. You're not gonna want to pay your taxes and stuff like that. I mean, the Amish got it right. Amish, honestly, like I have so much respect for them. I wish there was like a Muslim kind of Amish community because I would join in a second.
Well, they've also bought into the vaccines, from what I heard, or they were maybe if they didn't, they were given a hard time. Someone was saying the Amish have been harassed over this last pandemic thing. I don't know if they did the vax or not.
I remember seeing a
The
program
Mormons,
where
the Mormons definitely
they
bought into
didn't vaccinate. Yeah, I remember
it. Yeah,
seeing a program on the Amish specifically how they didn't bother with testing. They kept on going to church every Sunday, kept on hugging, doing their thing, and they didn't vaccinate at all. And in terms of like the mortality rate, it was no different than any other population like that did all this stuff. They didn't have any increased mortality.
Well, what report was that? Because that doesn't make any sense. Oh, well, yeah,
It
because
was a
there's
news story
no.
actually.
Okay. No, it makes sense that the mortality rate for as far as COVID goes, maybe because the flu, they just weren't counting the flu deaths for basically as far as COVID goes. But I don't know that whole study, that whole thing about like the flu, not counting the flu, and it would, if you had counted COVID, it would have been the exact same number if you like any other year as far as the flu killing people. But it seems like a lot more people did die with the being isolated and breathing their own air through the mask and all these other things that probably did up the death rate. I guess the way that they counted it, though, who knows on statistics, right? Depends on where they're getting the numbers from. You can skew it in whatever way you want. What's up, percentage? I haven't seen you around. I've heard you last week or so. It's kind of cool very cool to have you back. You're always interesting to listen to. I've been uploading some stuff on my channel from this channel a lot more since I have a new phone, and there's tons of room on it, so I'm hitting record a lot. And I think you're in a couple of them now. Did I cut out? My headphones are about to die.
Yeah, apparently the Amish community that didn't bother doing anything for COVID, they were the first ones to achieve herd immunity. Lancaster County, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, makes sense. Oh, what new perspective bailed? Huh.
Percent, do you believe in herd immunity?
Um, yeah, kind of. I feel like it fits in with the Terran theory.
So,
Like if the community is kind of like strong and you know and in general they're maintaining like healthy habits, like sanitary and they're hygienic and stuff like that, I feel like their immunity is going to be higher than a different community. Absolutely.
I'd definitely say that the lack of toxicity is definitely a factor as well.
Yeah, so imagine you have a pathogen that's like you know going through the population, but the majority of the people maintain healthy habits and there's food safety and they're sanitary and stuff like that. then I imagine only the few that have weak immunity are going to be, like, because every pathogen is opportunistic. It's funny because like in med school you kind of learn about how like you have specific opportunistic infections, but in truth they're all opportunistic. If your immune system is shot enough, then even the things that you could normally defend against easily are gonna get you, and that's what happens with like AIDS and what have you. So
Wait, so
if hold
yeah,
up, so
okay.
if you have like a minority of the population that has weak immunity, then yeah, those people are gonna get sick, but it's not gonna be detrimental to large amounts of people. The herd will still have immunity.
When you say like a pathogen like going through a community, like what do you mean by that? You mean like person
Like
to
if
person transmission?
Yeah, I mean it would have to be not necessarily person to person, but let's say that there's um, this source of illness, this whatever it is, right? Maybe it's like a carcass that's it's infected the water supply or something like that. Or like maybe it's like some disease that's been transferred from a different animal through a sandfly or whatever it is. Um, and it's gonna affect maybe some people, right? Depending on their immunity, they might get bitten by this fly, and if their immunity is good enough, it might do nothing. Or if they're weak, like in terms of their immunity, it might have a foothold and cause disease. But like if
Or
you
if
have
they're
a
sharing parasites and not deworming, but if they deworm and the parasites are not around, maybe they're healthier.
but it's basically like the way I think of it is like if you know some lions are trying to hunt after a herd, they're gonna get the weak one. But the herd, if they're like healthy and you know stuff like that, they'll run away. Or maybe just one weak person, one weak sheep will get caught, something like that, right? But if you have a weak herd where it's like they've been starved, malnourished, and stuff like that, and you have enough lions, like they might get 3 or 4 or what have you,
Yeah, I mean you're just like when you have degenerative tissue, it can be eaten by microorganisms. So those microorganisms that normally have a symbiotic relationship with you and help you get energy from like food and like all the energy that you use is given to you from microorganisms. But once your tissue becomes dead and is decaying, those same symbiotic microorganisms will just eat you and break you down so that you can go into the soil and feed the next generation. But if your tissue is very healthy, then these things can't eat you. So, I mean, I don't know if that's like, I mean, it kind of is technically like it falls in line with the mainstream philosophy of disease. This is why you don't even need to deny germ theory to like beat all these people, because even in their um, understanding, like immunity would just be like the general health of the cells in the tissue, which is the most important thing.
That might be the reason they include certain chemicals like glyphosate and herbicides in the jibby jabbies to kind of reset the good organisms, remove those good organisms that are supposed to be in the body,
Yeah,
and also insert weaponized version of the organisms that are not supposed to be in the body.
yeah.
That goes with terrain theory, because your body is a terrain for organisms.
Yep.
So it depends of the terrain of your body. It depends the organisms in.
I mean, they say that like the mitochondria, which is how like the powerhouse of the cell. They say that like they say it's a bacteria. They say it's evolved from a bacteria. Um, very closely resembles and mimics bacteria. Like they say that it's like a bacteria with a cell around it. Um, so like all of the energy that we get literally is from bacteria. And then people take like anti-parasitic agents because for some reason there's like this giant rift in like the conspiracy theorists in this specific topic where people think that like parasites are bad, but somehow the medical system has been wrong about microorganisms, but they're correct about the site. Like because it's a worm, it's like icky or something. So taking like something that kills parasites and kills bacteria and kills all the microorganisms, um, people believe, like conspiracy theorists believe that that's like a good thing to do for some reason, and they've lost every debate. I'm just throwing that out there.
Yo, Blob, you ever play a game called Soldat?
No. Is it a good game?
Yeah, it's good. I used to have a brother who used to play with me back in the day, and his name was Blob, with like, all caps like that.
I made my name after the guy, the character from X-Men. He's like one of the
Yeah,
evil mutants who's like super fat. That's his power. He's super fat. And it's because fat is like the most important thing for health. So my goal is to be a
Are you
blob.
fat?
Yeah, I'm a fat fuck, dude. I'm like almost bedridden.
You can't hear it in your voice.
I don't know.
Like, some people they actually sound fat. It sounds like the weight of their necks is like, affecting their vocal cords or something like that. Or the way they
Yeah.
speak, you can hear that they're fat. You don't have that.
Yeah, well, when you get fat off of raw food, like raw meat and shit, um, the fat molecules are 5 to 50 times smaller. So you can
Oh, so
be
you're a
like,
healthy fat.
yeah. I mean, there's massive differences in the way people look. Like you can have two people that are the exact same weight, and one guy is like this inflated balloon, and one guy's like looks really thin and like super healthy. It's kind of wild.
Not just the like size of the molecule, like the fat molecules, but also just like the muscle as well, because muscle is more dense.
Hmm.
So like you have two people that have like the same weight but different body types, because one guy's like just built, the other person has like a bunch of fat.
Yeah, I've heard that if you have highly mineralized muscle tissue, it won't atrophy, or like it'll take way longer for that muscle tissue to atrophy, and like even just eating raw meat, you can maintain muscle without working out. And in my experience, that's definitely true.
Yeah, so long as you're sleeping right.
Yeah, I mean, sleep maybe not as important as people might think, but
No, because if you go without sleep, your body enters a catabolic state. It starts like,
yeah,
Well,
but
I just wanted to say it's been a while, guys. I haven't seen you since last year. I know this is the oldest joke in the book, but Happy New Year.
I go by the lunar
thank
calendar,
you.
bro.
Thanks. Um,
Or Happy January 1st if you don't celebrate New Year's right now.
I go by the Hijri calendar, bro.
Happy whatever the fuck day you go by, bro. God.
Appreciate you, man. I appreciate.
The thing is with the sleep
But yeah, that's why
though.
that's why BMI's that's why BMI gets like a bad rap because it's not like reliable. You have two people that have very different body types and the BMI is
Yeah. Um. Oh, but with the sleep thing though, it's like there's a degenerative effect when you go periods of time without eating. So like to be in the most optimal health, you would actually eat every 5 hours. So to have zero like cannibalization of your own system or degeneration of your own red blood cells, like you begin to lose your own water when you
where do
go
you get this every 5 hours?
I get this from a PhD nutritionist, but I tested that myself like pretty extensively, and I found that so the thing is, if you get like nutrients, like if you can get sunlight and become tired, so like being very healthy and doing a lot of things that are good for you can actually make you tired because your body will use those nutrients. Um, so I had theorized like how I could stay awake as long as possible without being tired. And so I was eating like a raw egg every 5 hours for like 4 days or 5 days or whatever. And that built my blood up. So like you lose blood cells and then in order to maintain them, you would eat every 5 hours. So I did that for like
Have
a
you looked
week.
into intermittent fasting? Because like
Yeah,
I've
yeah. That's
seen a
what
lot of material on like the proliferation of the secretion of human growth hormone and testosterone and stuff like that when you intermittently fast,
yeah.
for way more than 5 hours.
Well, this is the issue with fasting is the cannibalization of your own system and the loss of blood cells. So, like
Yeah,
when
that's
it
when you
comes to
enter like starvation though. That's like,
no, it
more than like a
happens
full day's
after
fast. Your body
like
goes into
5 hours.
ketones.
It's at the 5 hour mark when you begin to lose blood. And then if you eat again, you're gonna have to replace the blood that you lost. So like it's very taxing on the system to build white blood cells, red blood cells, whatever. So if you can maintain your fluid, your blood, and build it up, it massively contributes to like your energy levels, basically. So like, um, but with fasting has like a medicinal effect. So it'll stop symptoms, but it's not detoxifying you. It's actually condensing toxicity in the body. It's
Well, are you saying that when you eat longer than like every 5 hours, that your body will increase the rate at which it breaks down red blood cells and white blood cells, but not the rate at which it turns over like the new ones?
well, when you eat again, it just starts to build those red blood cells back. So
Okay.
um, it basically takes energy. Like you're in this
So you have like less potential to oxygenate your muscles
it's like a loop where
by
you
way of
just
red
get
blood.
stuck. Yeah, I mean, yeah,
Did you said one egg every 5 hours?
yep, raw,
Okay.
raw egg.
Yeah, raw egg. The raw eggs are kind of satisfying actually. They're feeling.
Yeah,
But what would it be one? Do you think that will be enough every 5 hours, one egg and kind of you
that's just enough to feed the red blood cells. Like it's just for the blood, like the effect of what it does to the blood,
Okay, let me
maintaining
give
the
you an
blood.
extreme case. An extreme case, like let's say type 1 diabetic on with taking insulin shots. What
Mhm.
what will you let's say about that?
Um, so generally, it's you have like toxicity in the pancreas that prevents it from working. So what you have to do is you just wean yourself off of, the insulin. And basically, you have to go to an all raw diet, but then there's very specific things like so when you have honey, when honey gets heated above 93 degrees, it loses the enzymes within it. The enzymes are destroyed, and the bees will actually abandon the honey. So they'll fan the honey within the beehive to keep it below 93 degrees. If it goes above 93 degrees, the bees won't use it. They'll just abandon it. And those enzymes have they will help you break down sugars. So something that is beneficial for diabetics is truly unheated raw honey. And you would have like a cup of that a day with a there's like specific information.
Yo, Blob, he said type 1 diabetes, not type 2.
It's the same. Yeah. It's the same protocol.
Because at the moment that the type 1 diabetic eats a cup of honey, the sugars are just gonna go like super high.
Well, it has
Yeah, they're
like
gonna start.
it'll actually help the body break down sugars. So it has like the opposite effect of what people would normally think due to the like I mean, it's so crazy that basically like there's this whole thing where people think sugar is bad for you, and it is, but only in forms where there's no enzymes.
Yeah,
So
I get the
honey
enzymes,
has honey has the most.
but let's say the type 1 diabetic, right? It's not metabolizing the glucose on the foods, and it, it could eat anything, and it kind of like the body just raises the glucose in the blood, and then comes dehydration and inflammation with that. So the honey kind of like the honey. If you take like 1 cup of honey, that's a sounds like a lot of sugar. And I hear what you're saying about it being raw honey that has the enzymes that will help with the metabolism of that. But the body of the type 1 is not producing the insulin that it needs to be able to process that
Yeah.
sugar in the
Well,
blood.
the honey has like when it's unheated, has an insulin like substance. It's basically like it has insulin in it, basically.
Not for type 1. That's like type 1 you have it's an autoimmune thing. Like your body's attacking the beta the cells in the pancreas that produce the insulin. There is no it's not like type 2. Type 2 is just like you have insufficient like you're
You think the
like
body attacks
inefficiency in
itself?
terms of using insulin. Yeah, the body destroys the insulin producing cells.
So our bodies are just like retarded, and they can just attack themselves.
Sometimes,
you sure about
man.
that? What if there's
what
just
do you think?
toxicity there? What if there's just
Is it
toxicity
possible
there?
that the body? Is it possible that within these, man-made interventions like the GB jabs and stuff, they have confused the body to do something that it's not supposed to be doing?
Yeah, the toxins will accumulate in like the organs, and the body then the body doesn't like attack itself. It's attempting to like detoxify these cells, but the damage to the cells are like a byproduct of that process. And the number one thing that will like ease all uncomfortability and symptoms up to like 80% is excess body fat. So what happens is when you get fat off of like raw foods, you're accumulating clean fat on the body that will then leach toxins from the vital areas of the body. So like fat is like a toxin storage. That's how the body uses fats. So when you have a bunch of fat on your body, it will leach those toxins from the organs into that the body fat, and then you would then detoxify that fat by sweating. But yeah.
Is when you said the egg every 5 hours, the egg has certain type of fats, so you're eating. And also, let's say you have those eggs every 5 hours. Within within that, at any time you can have like, let's say, raw beef or raw something else.
Yeah. The every 5 hours thing is just like you can, instead of eating an egg, just eat your normal meal, whatever. But you can't go, as soon as you go over 5 hours, you start to lose blood. So it will basically stop all healing to the point where, like, even if you're on a really, really good diet of like raw meat, um, whatever, if you're not eating every 5 hours, you can have symptoms that will last for months and months that would go away in like a week, 2 weeks if you were to eat every 5 hours. It massively speeds up all detoxification. Um, it's one of the most important, like, underrated things that you could just easily test, and you'll definitely see the results. And that's the biggest problem with fasting is people have destroyed blood. So it takes a long time to recover from that.
Yeah, because the fasting thing, let's say, yeah, if you're not giving the body what it needs to produce the energy, and let's say it's start taking from what it has, eventually you're gonna have to replace what is the body's kind of like taking. If it's
Yeah,
taking what from the organs, from the
exactly. And
muscles.
not only that, it's like if you have toxicity stored within your fat and then you fast, and you can, like, first of all, you're going to be cannibalizing your own system, which is just built off of the foods that you already eat. So even if you're eating bad food, when you fast, you're just eating the accumulated version, or like the stored energy version of those foods. You're just eating, like, fasting, you're just eating the fat on your body that you built with those toxic foods. But when you then accumulate toxicity, you're diluting what is protecting you from toxins. When you fast, you're diluting your fat, you're getting rid of your fat, and the toxins become condensed in the body. They now have to be stored in, like, the brain or something like that, somewhere, some vital area. Um, so they're like, fasting is basically one of the worst things that you could ever do for health.
Yeah, I completely disagree.
I know a lot of people don't agree with that, but
My
there's
my
no.
my personal experience is like the complete opposite of your personal experience.
Have you tried what I'm talking about?
Mine's not.
I mean, when I used to have like 3 meals a day, is basically I was eating every 5 hours or so.
No.
Not only one raw egg, but um, like there's also like this correlation between longevity and caloric intake, and the more often you're feeding, the less you're giving like your digestive system a chance to rest and respite.
That
I just
logic
feel
is only
like
applicable to a
I'm
cooked
more
food diet.
productive. I'm more productive. I was just gonna say I'm more productive. I feel like I have more kind of like long lasting energy, more
Yeah.
focus when I do fast.
Yeah, it's because you're not healing. I told you that, like, if you get sunlight, you'll get tired. Fasting actually has a medicinal effect. It will stop healing. That's why you feel good. And um, that logic of giving the body a rest only applies to a cooked food diet. If you're eating cooked foods, it's not a good thing to eat every 5 hours because you're going to accumulate byproducts. You're going to accumulate toxins from those cooked foods. But if you're eating a raw egg, which is the fastest digesting food in the world, takes 30 minutes, zero toxicity. It gives you enough nutrients to feed the red blood cells, doesn't accumulate any toxicity, and you're done digesting it in 30 minutes. So that is the most superior thing to do, at least as a baseline for health. By far, like,
Why
fasting's
not
not
eat a
even.
bunch of?
Yeah, good.
Why not have like one meal of a bunch of raw eggs all at once?
Well, the thing is, the whole logic of giving the body a break, it does actually apply to a raw food diet, but not in the way that you would think. It's just that it's easier for the body to digest foods in smaller amounts. So, like, if you were to eat like a bunch of raw eggs at one time, it takes longer to digest them than if you were to eat them individually.
You kind
So
of
you
like
like
still you still giving the food to the body, but in a more timely manner that the body can digest it and is not overfed.
Yeah, you're more courteous of the body's systems. You're more aware of how, being more aware of how it functions. It's more elegant.
I remember a long time ago listening about some people talking about fasting and raw diets, and it was a doctor saying that raw meat is superior to fasting. He said that. I'm not saying it has to do with what you guys are saying, what you're saying that fasting is bad for you or anything, but he mentioned the raw food, raw meat. He mentioned rough fats are superior to fasting. He said that. I remember him
Of
saying
course.
that.
Yeah.
Fasting was
Fasting does.
also harmful in my experience in the past, and I've been trying to stack up some more healthy fats.
Yeah. Many people have terrible experiences with fasting, and it just ruins people's health. Like it's a really big psyop. It's a really big psyop because of the way it affects the genes. So there's like genotoxicity, like toxins can damage your genome. When you fast, you basically weaken the body to the point where things that can be genotoxic are more able to damage genes. So it literally speeds up like genetic damage.
Do you have any evidence for the claims that you're making, or is this all like bro science?
Yeah, I have tons of evidence.
Can
Do
you
you
post it?
have? Yeah, I could, but I mean, the stuff on the internet, especially with this topic, like, just does peer-reviewed studies sway your opinion? Because if it does, if just reading something on the internet is proof to you, then you need help, especially with health. Like almost everything is fake. But I would say you would have to test what I'm saying for yourself in order to determine if it's healthy or not. And that's what I did. I don't just
So
believe
there's
what people
nothing in
say.
the way of evidence.
I have
Like for
evidence. I can.
either side, there's nothing in the way of evidence that we can kind of like actually believe.
No, I have evidence that raw milk has basically changed. It's basically saved myself. It's basically saved me. It's changed my life completely.
Yeah.
And it goes hand in hand with what he's saying. It's same concept.
No,
Well,
we're not
you
debating
had a lot of
the
problems, dude.
efficacy of
You had a
raw
lot of
food.
problems.
Raw foods are awesome. No question about that. I'm contending this every 5 hours versus fasting thing. He's saying that fasting is detrimental,
Mhm.
and I'm contending that. I feel like fasting
Well,
is
if you
natural
look up
because
fasting,
humans back in the day
if
when
you
we were
look up
nomadic,
fasting causing
we were
anemia,
going. Hold up. I'm
yeah,
almost done. Humans back in the day we were nomadic, we were hunting and gathering. You would go and find like a bush of berries or whatever, and load up and on to the next one. We didn't have like these sedentary lifestyles where we had and all this like infrastructure and agriculture and all the stuff that allowed us to chill for 5 hours and then have a meal or something like that. We were constantly on the move, so for me it's natural to go periods of time between meals, much like a lot of the animals in the animal kingdom do. And to say that it's actually negative,
yeah. So
like
we
it's,
should do
I
what
don't know,
animals do.
because
Yeah, that's good evidence. If you look
you're saying
up
animals
fasting
aren't healthy.
causes, if you look up, well, they don't get vaccines, but for the most part, no, they're not. If you look up fasting causing anemia, there's tons of information about how, yeah, fasting does cause blood loss. The
It
5 hour
causes
mark
problems.
is the thing that would be like the controversial part of the claim, but all you have to do is test it.
Let
And
me
I
ask you
guarantee
something.
you,
Have you fasted for like 5 days in a row for numerous months? Like a couple times a month for like numerous months before? 'Cause that's what I was doing.
I
And
did
No, I wouldn't do that. That
similar.
sounds like too long, man.
it was pretty harmful in my experience.
Yeah, it sounds like too long.
Well,
From
not
what
eating
I
food doesn't heal
understand,
you, bro.
I mean, I
you
started out
really
slower and like spaced it out and took breaks.
Yeah. Let me just say this about the fasting thing. It's like, um, the big problem with this whole topic is like explanations that are just completely fabricated. Like There's an explanation for how vaccines work, even though none of it's real. People hear the explanation, they don't understand how it actually works, and they go, "Oh, that sounds good. Let me take the vaccine." Theory, explanations without evidence, or explanations that aren't based in reality. The problem with fasting is you don't even have that part. You don't even have any theory for why not eating food heals you. You don't have an explanation. You don't have any evidence. I have all the evidence actually, but just test it.
Yeah, from what I understand, in order to fast, you need to prepare properly. You can't just go from where you are and say, I'm going to quit eating today. Yeah, you're going to have negative effects. A gut cleanse would be one thing you would do in preparation for a fast. Also, eating really clean all the way up into it. And then while you're fasting, having a really low stress level and not having much obligations or things to do. There are certain people out there like David Wolf that can fast and still work and stuff, and he says he feels great, but he's been doing it for years.
That guy's a proven
So,
liar.
So how do you like respond to the evidence, not just claims, but there's the evidence that fasting reverses diabetes, that it can reverse like heart disease and other inflammatory disease.
Well, inflammation is just the body's response to toxicity. Like all symptoms are the body attempting to deal with toxins. Um, so fasting has a medicinal effect, and it will stop detoxifications. So there you go.
Okay, but also improves insulin sensitivity and
Did
like
a
regulates the
peer-reviewed
blood
study
sugar
say
levels
that?
and what have you. What's that have to do with toxicity?
Also decreases brain function.
Yeah. It also
Maybe.
condenses all the poison in your body into vital areas.
Yeah, so we're just gonna hand away the good stuff, and then
There
but
is
what
no good
about
stuff. It's
the
a
bad?
misinterpretation of the results. Just because you
What
got
are you
rid of a
talking
symptom
about?
doesn't mean you healed anything.
No,
so I've heard
literally,
about
fasting can reverse. It can get rid of like your need to take metformin. It can absolutely reverse diabetes. I don't know if you're aware of that, but that's a
I've
big
heard of
thing.
it.
yeah, I've heard on day 3 your body starts to it it recycles older blood cells, and that's what it starts eating. And so what happens is you get rid of old, weak, inefficient blood cells, and then you create new ones. It's one of the many things that happens. And it's also like an ancient practice too. I think the preparation part is probably really key. And then to go back to that, what this other guy said about being natural in the wild, I've thought about that for years. How people a long time ago, they didn't have a choice. They went without a couple days without food, just because they had to. But I would also add to that during that time when you're scrounging around, a lot of the things that you probably would have ate while you were fasting would have been medicinal mushrooms.
About that. But the thing that you said, at the beginning, yeah, what you're mentioning is it's called autophagy or autophagy, and basically
Hmm.
you're just like your body's breaking that, like eating through phagocytosis, like the small, damaged, broken down cells, and it
Eating
regenerates
damaged.
them.
Wait, wait.
That's why I
So,
asked Blob earlier, like,
yeah,
so you're saying that the body
this
breaks
is about to
down these blood
backfire.
cells, but doesn't regenerate them at a proper rate, and that's why you have like a net negative of the blood.
So, look, dude, when you have damaged tissue, it's due to deficiencies or toxicity, and autophagy stops bacterial infections. It's known to stop microbial activity and causes you to like the whole point with germ theory, and um, I can show you many people talking about this, but bacteria, fungus, these things are dissolving toxins in the body. They have a janitorial effect. They cleanse the tissue. And when you fast, it will stop that And then people think like, oh, my fungal infection went away from fasting, and I healed. When really they just stopped the symptom, and the toxicity just gets condensed into the body and gets tucked away. Before it was getting detoxified, now it's not. And then you misinterpret that as I'm better now.
I mean, we judge by what's apparent. So if it was apparent that we had this fungal infection on our skin, and the fungal infection has cleared up, why would you assume that it just like hid somewhere and is now insidious, as opposed to what apparently looks like
No.
is happening, that it's going away because it's getting dealt with?
I have a bit of a question about talking to you. So it's supposed to start at 36 hours. How long does it last? For how many hours after that?
They don't know.
It'd be constant so long as like you're still in that state.
Okay.
Hey, Elbow, that dog needs deworming.
What kind of dog is that?
The Pomeranian.
I was thinking it sounds small.
Pomeranian,
Chihuahua or Pomeranian.
that's a Chihuahua with hair.
Pretty much.
It might be more annoying than Chihuahuas, but yeah.
She's meaner than my Doberman.
I don't know. For me, like fasting is something blessed, and you can't tell me it's not good, man. You cannot. And when I say fasting, I don't mean like long periods, like multiple days on end. I mean like, intermittent fasting. I do the Muslim fast from dawn till dusk, basically, and like it's compared to the days when I'm not doing it, like I feel like I have more focus. Sometimes I'll take a nap and stuff like that, but I like I feel more healthy compared to when I wasn't fasting at all.
Isn't that because when you compare it to the American diet, that they say, hey, breakfast, stuff yourself very heavily, then lunch, same thing, stuff yourself, then dinner, stuff yourself. Like if you're not doing that, you might definitely feel good.
Yeah.
Yeah, not just that, but like,
sorry.
Because if you're doing those 3 meals a day, you're gonna feel bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I don't think they tell you to stuff yourself. Go ahead.
No, I stuff myself when I have my one meal a day. On that OMAD diet, I stuff myself like crazy, man.
Oh, so it's addiction that you like. It's like that high that you get because you're waiting for 12 hours to get to that hour of stuffing yourself.
No, not at all. Like I don't even think about the meal. I'm so used to it, I don't even think about it anymore. It's just like, it's on some days I'll be like hungrier than other days, but I'm like busy focused on whatever I'm doing, and it's like I'm not even thinking about the food until.
That might be a good feeling, yeah.
It's not about
everything
us.
done.
He just likes diction. You know what I mean?
You know what's the world's record of fasting?
70 years.
Yo, Jimsy. Gosh
About
darn it.
3.
It's been forever since I've seen or heard from you. This is God Rockin'. How are you, buddy? Sorry, guys. I had to say hi to Jimsy.
Oh, no, you're good. It's
Hey,
about
good
380 days.
Yeah, me too. I gotta say hi. Hi, Jamesy. How you doing, man?
I'm okay. Just listening to you guys' interesting topic that I might be applying to see hopefully some better changes on day-to-day.
It was about 380 days.
Happy effing New Year, Jimsy. And God Rockin'.
Thank you.
Thank you. Likewise. Glad to
to
hear
my-
you guys.
You only get a percent.
Who else wants to say hi to Jamesy?
Hi, Jency. As well. Hi.
Thank
God, he
you,
hasn't
guys.
been around for a long time, man. I've
Alborico.
known Jim forever. Good dude, man.
Any pernil for Thanksgiving? I mean, for New Year's?
I'm fasting. Not anymore. Just kidding.
Yeah, 70 years, 70-year fast.
No. It's the longest fast was 380 days. A little over 380 days.
What do they call those shysters that claim like that they don't eat food? They just like meditate and get energy from that.
Oh, the Buddhas.
There's a word for that.
Breatharians.
Crazy. That's what it is. Crazy.
Sunlightarians.
The thing was with this guy, he wanted to lose weight. So he said he was gonna start fasting for the whole year, and the doctor supposedly didn't believe him. But he told him just drink here, give him a regimen of vitamins, and his thing was he would drink water, coffee, tea, and took vitamins. And he fasted for
That's what
380 some days.
I remember seeing
That's
that.
ChatGPT. It gave me the answer. ChatGPT said they're called breatharians. People who
Breatharians?
sustain themselves through meditation, sunlight, and other spiritual practices are often referred to as breatharians.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what I had said, but no one apparently heard me.
Oh no, but it's fake, man. It's absolutely fake. I don't trust it for a second.
I was gonna say bullshitarian.
There you go.
You guys ever seen the Qigong master guy that heals people? It's an old school video.
I heard somebody's stomach.
Talking about food, he's getting hungry.
Uh-huh.
Might be the parasites getting hungry, telling him what to do.
No, it's me. I fast as well. I don't believe what that guy was saying that with fasting it stops something and it hides away in your body. That's not true.
No, it does.
Well, how would you
stop
know?
detoxification? It does do that.
How do I know? Because I fast
Yeah,
myself.
maybe it's hidden. Maybe it's hidden so good that you don't even know where it is.
No,
It sounds a bit like NASA.
It's like the curve, man.
I think 3 days and your body, like most people, it depends on how you fast, but after 3 days, the autography starts to kick in. At 5 days is at max, but you can go 40 days. There's a clinic in California. Check it out, True North Clinic. Amazing. I know people who have been there and they had stage 4 cancers and they healed themselves.
I fast by eating more faster.
You should really have it like to monitor your electrolytes. You need 3 to be potassium. I think it's potassium, magnesium, sodium.
Oh, just drink seawater.
Well, yeah, you can do that.
If you want all the electrolytes, seawater has it all.
There's a few out there.
You got to do the sunnah fast, man.
Pardon?
You got to go from dawn till dusk.
Yeah, I usually have 1 meal a day, 24-hour fast. But really and truly, I should have. I want to. I'm always breaking it. That's my problem. You know, I have a coffee and I'll think about it and put cream in it and think, damn, and it just kicks you out. You know, you need a water fast is a water fast. It's nothing else other than water. And obviously making sure your levels of magnesium, sodium and potassium are good.
That's another thing that was killing me is I was drinking like 9 bottles of water a day sometimes.
Bad.
That's crazy.
That was destroying me. I knocked that down to like 1.
But it was pitch like
Good man.
that.
Where you
I
getting water
remember.
from though?
Well, this was like spring water and also like seltzer.
No, I'm saying now that you've knocked it down to like 1, where are you getting the water from? Are you getting it like you eating a lot of like, juicy fruits and vegetables?
Well, I filter the 1 or 2 that I do, and then if from other places too, like meat and raw milk. I drink a lot of raw milk and kefir now. Couple raw eggs.
Yeah, that sounds healthy. I need to move, man, because where I am right now, raw milk is illegal.
In most
To
places.
to hydrate, have you guys heard of Rene Quinton? He was pretty famous in the uh, early 1800s by giving seawater to people with many issues, many problems. Even during War One, he used deep seawater to save soldiers that were losing blood. Sea plasma. So there's some research about that for hydration and replacing body fluids.
How is sea plasma different than seawater?
Well, the seawater, the deep sea water, one of the names is plasma, sea plasma.
I thought maybe like he evaporated it and it was like condensed or something.
No, actually, the water, the seawater is actually similar to our blood in the mineral content. It's similar to our blood, yeah. So they call it sea plasma, just like our blood plasma or something like that. There's some relation to that, but yeah, Rene Quinton, he was pretty famous back then.
Yeah, it only stands to reason that that'll be like beneficial because every living thing is made from that water. So
Yeah, seawater is like a medium that life thrives. So if you can have that medium internally, it might be a good thing. I've seen some research about it, and I'm tried it myself, and it does for hydration. It's good. You feel like drinking less water actually, because being hydrated is not drinking water. It's the ability of the body to deliver the minerals to the tissue, and you have all the minerals in the water, like seawater does. All the electrolytes that you can buy at the store are actually in the seawater and more in abundance, especially the magnesium. It does hydrate you.
not just that, but salt water is like pure. It cleans stuff. People used to like wash their clothes in salt water and stuff like that, and that's it. Um, it's like purifying. Even like every hospital has sodium chloride use saline solution that they use to flush injuries and like while they're doing procedures and just to top up the hydrate the patient and stuff like that. They'll have IVs and stuff. You can't go wrong with water, with salt water. So it only stands to reason that once you have it in your body that it'll like clean some stuff up and get things going, like lubricate the system.
If you search the term DSW, which is deep sea water, there is research in Europe Spain, South America, including I think it's Colombia. In Colombia, they grabbed a dog, a canine like dogs, and they remove all the blood from the dog and injected seawater directly to the bloodstream, and the dog was fine.
Yeah, we have a really good water in Spain. It's Agua de Mar.
Agua del
From
Mar, yeah.
Frontera in Ibiza. It's renowned because they say that I think it's the Posidonian. It's like a sea grass, and it purifies. It sort of like filters.
The
And they say
crazy
it's a
part that
hypertonic.
go ahead. Yeah,
So they just say it's a hypertonic.
yeah, the hypertonic. Yeah, I think Honduras reduced the child death rate, and a lot of I had to check again. I think it was Honduras or Nicaragua. I think one of these Latin American countries that had a very high death rate of children and people being sick. They reduce it. They reduce by a huge amount by just introducing seawater to the communities and just giving it for free to people, and people drinking it, and kind of like just helping people with that type of water, and it reduced the death rates in that nation.
I think part of that's because it's not as much of a solvent as regular water, so it's not pulling the nutrients in your system out, and then you're peeing it out.
I think it's
Well,
increased
that's kind of the
oxygen
problem
as
with it.
well.
Is when you have salt water, it causes water retention. So you'll have water like accumulated in the like your fingers will be inflamed due to like free water within your body. And water is the universal solvent. It just dilutes nutrients. So drinking salty water um, actually contributes to demineralization
The thing
and
about
like
the sea,
basically just dissolve. Yeah.
my bad. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I thought you were done.
No, go ahead.
The thing about the DSW is that when you look at the mineral content, it's not just sodium that people think, oh, sodium in the water. It has basically the periodic table in it, and it's very high in magnesium. So
Yeah.
it's gonna actually give your body a lot of the minerals that is missing. So it's not gonna dilute you. It's gonna introduce stuff that is missing.
That was
I
really
think one of
there
the problems
before.
with that is like if you want a specific mineral, you wouldn't like eat the pure like rock form of that. Like you wouldn't eat iron. So when it comes to like raw milk contains it's very mineral dense. Um, and it contains bacteria and enzymes. And those things aid in digestion. So salt is antibacterial and it destroys enzymes, damages amino acids, um, antifungal.
And that's another thing about the seawater, that it has a bunch of pathogens. Because when you get it naturally
Mhm.
from actually deep sea, there's actually a bunch of there's a medium of what you're saying, bacteria and
Okay.
organisms in, and it's
Amoeba, there, right.
There's probiotic.
There's amoebic shape shifting microorganisms.
yeah, it's like these organisms. It's like a spectrum of them in the seawater. And it's actually,
That's
when you drink it naturally, you actually drinking all of those organisms with it. If you get in like a filter version and not the natural version, you might just get the mineral content and not the
hmm
actual probiotics or whatever bacterium spectrum. But in the seawater, there is a spectrum of these organisms that are supposedly good for the body.
There's a way
So
you can. You,
real real
go ahead.
quick, I just wanted to say they always say drinking seawater makes you crazy. Are you saying that drinking seawater possibly could not make you crazy?
Yeah, you watch that in the TV, you know, when they tell you you
Right,
live on a
right.
globe and that kind of stuff.
I was just kidding. You were going blob or I level up.
Oh yeah. There's a way to get those. Like you can take. So people talk about diatomaceous earth, but that one is highly processed. But there are clays that you can get, and what you do is you mix it with like um, sparkling mineral water, and you keep it somewhere dark, and just leave it there for like 3 days, and then you take a tablespoon and mix that with raw milk, and there'll be like parasites and all sorts of microorganisms in there. It's like a basically a parasite bacterial um, supplement. And the thing is, like, maybe maybe there's a benefit there with the microorganisms in the ocean, but you can get the same benefit and then not have the detriment of like the salt. Like salt is like it's not good.
Yeah, but it depends on what salt. Commercial salt, yeah. Natural salt, no.
Well, it just interferes with those microorganisms, causes water retention. Salt has like a negative interaction with every single thing that is important for health. Um,
That's not true, but
Where'd you get that from?
It's antibacterial. It's used as a preservative because of its antibacterial effect. It damages enzymes, which is the most important thing. Enzymes. It's antifungal.
Bro, are you familiar with the
Damages
sodium potassium
amino acids.
Does anything live in the salt flats? I'm just curious.
I mean, maybe, yeah,
Parasites.
because bacteria lives everywhere. Like, not just parasites, bacteria, you'll find bacteria everywhere. But
Except they
with the
use salt to kill it.
Pretty
correct
sure it's just
amount
dead nothingness because nothing lives around salt because it's bad. So
in
Guys,
the correct
Because salt
like,
killed everything.
I'm like, I'm talking just for a short time and I'll let someone else go. But in the correct amount, salt is a conductor, and we are made of 70% water. We are electromagnetic beings. We need a tiny bit.
Mm-hmm. Well, it osmotically will like attract the water. So it'll pull water to it, and that's how it's a preservative. It dehydrates bacteria. So this is why it causes water retention in the body. When you eat salt, it's not paired with bacteria or enzymes in the same way that raw milk is. Raw milk has minerals, has sodium in it, and it has
salt.
it has bacteria and enzymes. But when you just eat salt or drink salty water, that's going to accumulate in the body and basically pull nutrients out of the cells. It's going to like dilute the absorption of nutrients from specifically like this is one of the main things. Like if you're eating a raw diet like raw milk and raw meat, salt will massively impede the nutrient absorption of those foods due to the osmosis like attraction. It just pulls nutrients out of your cells.
No, it doesn't, man. Like, I don't know what
No,
you're talking
that's
It
not
about.
literally,
true.
that's literally what. Okay, it's not true.
What
All
it
right,
does
let me
is
just.
it pulls
If you
water
drink,
into this. Hold up. So this is an important distinction. It's if you have too much salt, too much for your kidneys to expel, then your body will put the water into the put the salty water into your cells so as to like dilute it, right? It dilutes the sodium in the bloodstream. But that's if you had too much for your kidneys to like excrete. And also, it doesn't take like good healthy nutrients and just put it in your bloodstream for you to like excrete it somehow or whatever. It just puts the water in the cell.
I thought it
And
would be
by the
the
way, you said
opposite of
it leads
like
to
empty.
inflammation. It doesn't lead to inflammation. It leads to edema. It leads to swelling, but not inflammation. And that's an important distinction.
And the swelling is caused by water retention, which dilutes your minerals. It causes hyponatremia, which is a disease that is caused by low sodium. Literally, eating salt causes low sodium.
Yeah, hyponatremia is low sodium in the bloodstream because it's diluting
And it's
the
caused by
sodium in the
eating
bloodstream
salt.
because there's a lot of it.
It's caused by eating salt. So
Bro,
the
sodium is
thing that you
salt,
want from
basically.
salt, exactly, the thing you want from salt, sodium,
Yeah,
You
now you
don't
get it.
absorb it, and it dilutes that when you eat salt. LOL.
That's a claim, all right.
That's not my.
But the thing is, I've never seen you provide evidence for any of. You say it over and over and over, like so confidently, but I've never seen any actual evidence.
Yeah,
All
that's
right,
not my
just look at the
understanding.
chat. Yeah, just look at the chat. I'm gonna post the evidence right now. And this is just stuff on the internet, but it's evidence to you, I guess.
The salt will actually pull the water into your cells. Like,
No,
and it's
no, it
not
does the
salt
opposite.
as in like table salt. It's like Celtic sea salt. I have a couple. I have a black
Water
salt.
weight. What is
Black
it? Causes
magnesium.
how to lose it? How to lose water weight? Reduce salt intake.
Yeah, what
And
salt?
if you look this up, if you look up what I'm saying, you'll find a million fucking links saying the same thing.
What
You could
salt?
test it yourself. I don't believe shit on the internet. Just because I'm putting this in here doesn't mean I think this is true just because I found a link on the internet. I've tested this. I know that this is the case. You haven't tested anything.
Excuse me. When you say salt, what kind of salt?
The salt rock,
The salt rock.
the pebbles,
Yeah, like with
earth.
the rock, because we're not really supposed to eat rocks.
If you
Yeah,
were the Thing from Fantastic Four, then maybe eating salt would be healthy.
that's salt rock. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
it's like
most probably but the same rock that they put on roads to clear the roads, because that's rock salt as well,
that's
which they
pretty
put in
that's
your
pretty
food.
pretty similar.
They
Yeah,
put
and
that
I'd
in
like
your
say.
food. Very detrimental to your health.
exactly, we were just talking about what the main psyops like fluoride and pasteurization. The number one health psyop is pasteurization, and
But
it has a antimicrobial effect. That's the whole logic of it. They came up with it. They said, "Oh, if we cook a food, we kill the microbes within it." Salt has the same
Well,
effect. It kills the microbes.
I
yeah,
don't know about
There's no debate.
but
Yeah,
when
we
I
can
was
with
talking
pasteurization.
about
We can
the
pasteurization 100%, but salt not.
So is
hey,
salt antimicrobial?
Well, real
blob,
quick about the
Percent. Come
whole
on, man.
salt thing you're talking about, but with the pasteurization, they don't just cook it to a certain temperature to kill bacteria. They'll actually add, or they used to at least, but they'll actually add barley or wheat water. Like they'll cook the barley, take the water that's milky, and then they'll add that to the milk to water it down.
But
Just saying.
pasteurization is just cooking something at a high heat. Like you can pasteurize honey, you can pasteurize
I
Why
know,
do they do it?
oil, you can pasteurize.
Yeah, but what it means is to
but it
remove
also adds
the good
thing.
things in it. That's what it means.
Yeah,
Well, they
that's how they
also
that's
add
how they
It's
come up with the
done
temperature
on
standards.
purpose. It's not like some fantastic accident that they did this. It started in
it
the
is on
70s.
purpose. I found a book on pasteurization on the Google Books and it disappeared. Like this was 2015 or whatever. And yeah, they pasteurize it and they'll add like barley water. Like they cook the barley and they add the milky water to the milk.
They add gasoline to the pasteurized milk at the grocery store. Supposedly rat
What?
poison too. Yeah.
I believe it. I mean, it's terrible for you already, so it like
That's
destroys your bones.
Well,
I'd have to
people
see
people take those and they feel good. They feel awesome.
First time I felt
No, I'm not
hydrated since I was a little boy was when I drank a liter of raw milk, like a month and a half, 2 months ago.
pasteurized milk makes my family sick. Like,
Yes. Salt can kill microbes. Salt dehydrates microbes. It can cause them to explode.
that's crazy. Salt's so good on my food.
the two salts
Yeah.
that you should look at are Celtic sea salt and black salt. And the black
Okay,
salt
but
sometimes it's called Kala Numac.
so let's see. If cooking food is like
Yeah.
the number one health psyop, and the effect of the cooking of the food is that they kill the microbes within the food by cooking it. If salt also has the same effect, it's antibacterial. It's anti the microbes that they kill when they cook a food. It has the same effect as pasteurization.
No,
So
I think you're
why
wrong.
would that be good?
I think you're wrong.
Okay,
I
this isn't
think
even
you're
what part of what
comparing
I
it
said.
to
What part?
commercial table salt, which has been
Celtic sea. All salt is a
refined and it's
preservative, dude.
super bad, and rock salt, which is
Yeah,
not. You shouldn't be consuming rock salt in any form.
okay. But do you see what I'm saying?
No, I
I've
don't,
taken
because
Celtic
you're
sea salt.
mixing the two, and it's very
No, you're
it's kind of disturbing to go on how you're saying things.
I mean, is that salt you're talking about? Is that a rock like mineral?
Sea salt is like salt water, and it's just dried out with
Yeah,
no.
So is it like a rock?
The black salt is like a rock, but it's not mined. It's got a sulfur taste. So that's like rich in magnesium, but also other trace minerals. Then you've got the Celtic sea
Well,
salt, which I have, and that's
that sulfur salt is not super tasty in my opinion. There's another black salt you can get where it's grains actually form in these little pyramid structures, and it's almost like it's got charcoal in it or something. It'll turn your fingers black. I don't know. It's a different kind of rock salt though. Black rock salt.
To get the pyramid salt, you need to dry it under direct sunlight, and it will crystallize into pyramids.
Yeah,
It's the only salt. No, this is the only salt I've ever seen do this. Like, I mean, I'm just
I live in
like
Ibiza.
salt or something.
Right, I live in Ibiza, and on the salt flats there, you have flamingos, and the flamingos thrive, and they're in the salt flats all day. So how would they survive and thrive if it was so bad?
I was gonna say in the sea, the phytoplankton, which feeds, it's like a base feed for the marine fauna. It thrives in the salt water, right? I mean, in the
Yeah,
seawater.
in
And also, there's like billions of organisms that live in the ocean water. So
there's
there
this
is.
thing
Go
called
ahead.
Poseidon, and the animals say like if they're like marine animals and they're injured or there's something wrong with them, they come and hide in there, and they seem to get better. It's a known fact. We've had like things like whales, which are not really a Spanish animal, but there's whales. I think they call them cachalote, and they've come in because they're ill. They hide in the Poseidon, and then they heal themselves, and then they're off again. It's kind of crazy. Sharks as
In the
well.
in World War I, I mean, this is reports that I heard from Rene Quintons, and there were like a bunch of soldiers that were dying of blood, blood loss and stuff, and they inject them direct seawater. They inject them through through the bloodstream, and they were saved instead of dying. So I get what he's saying, that the salt will kill certain organisms, but to kill all of the organisms, that I don't know about that.
Yeah, but
There might
different animals have different systems. Like saying cows are super healthy eating grass, so we should eat grass. They have different
but they
bacteria. They have
eat salt
different. They have a
too.
whole. Yeah, but it doesn't necessarily mean that like that's what they should be doing. Like like
Don't cows get
Law by
dehydrated
pasteurization.
if they don't actually eat salt rocks?
I mean, people say the same thing about like humans. Like humans need to eat salt. When I know for a fact that's not the case.
All
So
right.
I don't know if cows. People say that.
I remember my granddad telling me he was
Possibly.
fighting in India. Sorry. Yeah, he's fighting in India, and he said like one of the worst things that they had to take this big salt tablet, but if they didn't, that's when they would go crazy. You go all delirious and that because like you're sweating so much, that it's sweating out all your salts in your body, and you have to take and it was kind of a massive tablet. He said, "Oh, it's the worst thing."
So, Blob, you said that the salt would like kill the microbes or whatever of the food, right? Um, no, like
Yeah, preserved
the
food.
salt when you ingest it, it like everything that you eat. It's kind of like as it gets digested, individual processes happen for like whether it's a protein or a fat or whatever. You know, there's different systems, different like enzymes that break down different things, right? And salt is digested relatively quickly. So why do you
Salt
think that
kills
it has like time?
salt
Sorry, go.
kills enzymes. Salt doesn't have any naturally doesn't have any enzymes within it. Kills enzymes.
I know it gets absorbed into the bloodstream. My point is though, it's separated from the food that you're saying it's, like killing the nutrients of or what have you.
Yes,
So why are
but
you?
as it moves through the digestive tract, when you have salt in your body, there's that osmosis effect. So I think it's due to the electric, like people say it's an electrolyte. The amount of electricity that it has is like unnatural for the body, because it's a pure rock. It's not like a food. So
Like
it changes.
crystal.
Well, can
Yeah,
I
and
something
it
else
like
as well about because like making sauerkraut or beet kvass or any of these things that are fermented, you have to use salt to ferment them properly, and it doesn't kill all the bacteria. There are bacteria that are called anaerobic, and they're lactobacillus bacteria, and they thrive in salt. Like they thrive, and the body needs them, and they thrive in salt.
I think you're getting
yeah,
mixed
people
up
think
with.
that like with like making cheese or whatever, people think you need to add salt to help like culture the bacteria. But if you just look it up, they'll tell you that actually the salt is a preservative, and you don't even need salt at all. You don't need anything to ferment milk. It will naturally ferment, and you could just
I'm not
turn
talking
it into
about
cheese
milk.
on its own. Yeah, I'm
I'm
making your
talking about
point with milk.
sauerkraut,
It's the same point.
cabbage,
Same point.
beet, any kind of vegetable you want to ferment. It will go rotten and not good for you unless you
How
use
do you know
salt
that?
to ferment. Because I've tried. I've done both,
Hmm.
and I've
Specifically
gotten
for kefir or like for like kind of like sour milk type thing. If you like, you can do it without salt. You could take this raw milk or what have you, or even like cooked milk, and you could do it without salt and go through the whole process of like agitating the milk and everything like that, and it won't work. But if you add a little bit of salt before you do it, it will work. It's actually necessary
What do
in
you
that
say?
in
What won't
what
work?
making
word?
certain kinds of cheese,
Yeah,
cream
it's
You're
like
saying you
no,
can't
cheese.
no. I
make
was talking about
cheese
like
without
sour
salt?
milk
Wait,
type. It's like kefir sour milk type things. It's called leben in different
like
languages.
yogurt,
It's fermented.
Not
like
necessarily
well, it's
yogurt,
like
but
clabbered milk. Is what it's called.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't need salt for that. It just does it on its own.
it maybe it'll take a lot longer to do it. But like if
Takes
you
like
do it the same exact
takes a day
process
maybe.
without salt
Takes maybe a day out of the
versus
fridge.
a day of constant shaking.
Nope, that's not
Shaking.
true.
The milk will
That's
just
not
separate on its own.
eventually, but
I'm
that's
not
not
talking about
true.
separation, bro. I'm not talking about
You,
separation of the cream and the milk.
No, no, I'm talking about
he's talking
the
about the milk
separation of whey. Yeah.
way, but that's like not true.
What's not true?
Like if you want certain products in a dairy farm, like you can't just let it ferment. You have to use certain bacterias, certain salts, and certain rennets to get certain raw cheeses.
Or you could just make it without salt.
Yeah, or you could just not add salt.
So you have just the same thing all the time, no matter what. Great.
Cheese, you mean?
Yeah.
I
Raw
would highly
cheese?
recommend trying raw cheese without salt. I'd highly recommend.
I have, and I like both, but like you're not
I
going to get the flavors that you get
I
and the
don't think that you
concentrated
have.
nutrients that you
I don't
get
I don't think
without.
you've tried that, bro.
I think I've tried a lot more than you know. I've made my own cheese out of kefir, like protein, like stuff, like separated the whey, took the milk, like curd part, left it in a cheesecloth for several days, almost a week, maybe 2 weeks, and eventually it made this Parmesan-y kind of cheese that was very difficult, like
And
very hard. I had
you just
in it.
happen to not add salt to it?
No, you don't need to add salt to this. It's kefir. Do you know what kefir is?
I just
Like
drank
a
some a couple days
drinkable
ago.
yogurt. Okay, yeah, it's like a drinkable yogurt. If you make it yourself and you let the whey and the curd separate for long enough, you can get a pretty solid kefir or like block. I would say like I don't know, squishy,
I mean,
but
that's dope that you made it. I
eventually,
mean, that's awesome.
yeah, no, it's pretty good. Like
Most
it's
people will add
very much
salt,
like
so
Parmesan. I mean, there. That's my point. Like there's ways to do it one way and there's ways to do it the other way. There's not just one way to do things. There's not just one way to skin a cat.
Like, could you explain concisely how, like, I could, for example, take like whole milk and make cheese? Is it something that could be simply explained in like a short amount of time, or do I need like a long recipe?
If you have kefir grains, you put them in the milk. It separates within like a day or two, maybe three. You take that and you take a cheesecloth and a strainer. You separate the whey, the liquid, from the white curd. You take that in a cheesecloth and you let it hang to dry out. I mean, the smaller the amount of curd per cheesecloth, the better, but like it'll dry out eventually. Sometimes flies get on the outside, but it doesn't affect the inner cheese as long as you have that cheesecloth closed. Like I'm not saying y'all are wrong. Like I'm not saying salt is like totally good for you, but it's not totally bad for you. That's all I just can't accept that like something that is so essential and essential to cooking really could be that bad for you.
I
Because
don't
like
think
we've
it's
been eating
like
it for
I thought you were
100.
making the case that it was
Yeah,
bad.
I don't think it's
I'm
like
not.
completely bad. I mean, it's in basically everything that you can get from an animal, so
But didn't the same guy who said salt's bad for you said vaccines are good?
No, I do not think Blob or I mean Level Up would have said that.
No,
I don't think
He
so.
also said it was 12 o'clock one day, and it was in fact 12 o'clock. So you never know.
Happy New Year, dude. 50.
Do what?
Pity, pity, pity. I was just saying,
Blob,
Happy
it
New
says here it takes 4 to 6 hours. It takes hours to digest a raw egg.
Wait, say that again? Takes 4 to 6
Year.
hours to what?
It takes hours to digest a raw egg. Because it
Oh.
takes about an hour to digest the albumin, which is like the egg white in the stomach, and then it takes like 2 hours to digest the egg yolk, the fats in the egg yolk in your small intestine.
I got
And
30 and 45 right here
yeah,
on Google. 30 minutes and 45
yeah.
minutes. And I'll post it.
Well, all I know is I don't know
Okay.
about egg. Whenever I eat lettuce with my burgers, because I can't eat grains at all, so I'll use lettuce as a wrap to kind of hold everything together. And I swear to God, 30 minutes later, dude, like I'll eat that shit. 30 minutes later, it's like my guts are like, get this shit out of me, bro. Like, spew it out. Terrible, bro. Hate to like put that shit on y'all, but it was a shit show.
So that's if you have what?
No shit.
How much did you
Wait,
pay for the
what?
eggs?
Monkey, that's if you consume what? I didn't hear.
Lettuce, like just green leaf lettuce.
Lettuce, okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
I can't
shit.
eat
Oh,
lettuce,
that's
bro.
cool.
I can't eat peppers. Can't eat beans. I can't eat like a lot of these things. So I have to be very careful. And I like the raw meat carnivore aspect, but someone else was trying to talk. I don't want to monologue. Although if no one else is going to talk, I'll fill the silence. Trust
Were you talking about like the who is the guy who's like eating testicles and it turned out he's taking a bunch of juice? He was on
me.
like the
Oh,
was it
Liver
juice?
King or whatever.
What was his name?
Yeah, Liver King,
Liver
I
King.
guess.
That's who he is. That's so
Yeah, and he
hilarious, man.
brought it up, bro.
I know, dude. Talk about a fake fucking fake persona, dude.
That's
Golly,
our fucking modern day, bro. Everything's fake.
it's ridiculous, dude. The amount of shit he was on, I never even heard of. Probably 3/4 of it. I've taken testosterone, like and worked out and gained some muscle and stuff. But
Well,
I think
he
one of
did
the
an
big ones
interview.
people take now is HGH. What is it? Human growth hormone. Something like that.
Yeah,
They work out, but
but he did an interview one time, and he was like, "When I poop, I don't even have to wipe. It's just totally dry." And like in front of him, but at the same time, it means that he's really fucking constipated, like heavy. That's not necessarily a good thing, bro. I mean, there is that perfect consistency where you don't have to wipe sometimes, but like I think it was going a
All right,
little far for
what's
this.
the topic, dude? What's going on?
All right. And you pick it.
Mayday,
That's
mayday, we're going down.
been since like last year. The old joke in the book. Or if you don't celebrate New Year right now, happy January 1st.
I'm on a different calendar, bro.
God damn it. Happy whatever fucking day.
My nigga, yeah.
you would be on a different calendar.
Percent did the same thing to me, bro. Percent's like, we're on a different calendar, bro.
He's on the percent calendar.
Just
I'm
a
on the
percent
Zadok
of it.
calendar.
The what calendar?
Zadok.
Zadok.
Zadok? Never heard of
Zadok.
it.
Was that lunar?
No. The moon is
What's it
involved,
follow?
but it's not exclusively lunar. It follows the sun, the moon, and the stars.
Yeah, but
And
like,
the
how do you know?
seventh,
Like, what's a new month, basically?
dude.
Yeah, because if you follow the
It's
sun and
based off
stars,
of it's based off of the week, the perpetual week, the 7-day cycle.
Okay, so what
There's 4
determines?
quarters in a year, right? It's like the deck of cards. You have 52 cards, right? You have 52 weeks. Each week is 7 days. So there's 7 Shabbats a year, 52 Shabbats a year. And you got 4 quarters for the 4 seasons. Each season is 13 weeks. So you got,
Yeah, but
you got
let's say you're a hermit and something happened, you fell and you got knocked out and you're in a coma for a month, but you don't know how much time passed. How can you tell what day you're on?
Well, to be fair, sacred time is a very, very complex practice, and it involved discipleship. And you would start learning it at a very young age how to keep track of time, sacred time. It required discipleship in the Levitical priesthood. It wasn't something that was easy to come by. It was a sacred knowledge that was passed down orally through
Yeah,
it's like a craft.
I'm gonna use it
So it's not something that if you just woke up, dude, you'd be lost, dude.
tomorrow. Put it to
You could
charge.
you could probably tell, your cardinal directions, but
We're
if you
gonna
just
go.
had amnesia, bro, and you just woke up, dude, with no knowledge of the sacred, like the sun, the moon, and the stars, yeah, you'd be lost, bro.
Okay, but like that's kind of a cop out, you know? Like
I'm
you have
being
to be
honest,
like
dude.
trained in it.
Because back in the day, they depended on the high priest to sound the shofar to actually proclaim like the Jubilee or the Shemitah. And they were the ones that were kept track of sacred time. They were given that responsibility and endowed with the responsibility of keeping sacred oaths and covenants, bro. And
Okay, so what
like
is the
the
secret
rest
then?
of
That
the
only the high.
it was a special trade. So the rest of the people, the rest of the Israelites, including the kings and the average Joe, depended
You want
on the Levitical priesthood to dictate to them the times, the sacred
yesterday?
times.
Sleep there?
Yo, Gemsy, you're hot.
Think about it, dude. It's the
But yeah,
work.
so
It's
so this
something
is
that we
such a well
spend
kept
every
secret that we
day
have
on
no
here
clue now. We
arguing
can't reach
and
it.
debating, and they already knew like the sacred workings of the luminaries and all of that.
What calendar is it?
The Zadok calendar.
Zadar.
I hear you're
Zadok,
lying.
yeah.
Maybe there's some luminary that happens this event that kind of resets their clock, and they know it. They know that they're on the right day, basically. But I feel like that would be known to us after so many years. You know, we would know what it is exactly. It wouldn't be like this amazingly kept secret.
Well, maybe.
Well, no, because it
abide by
involves
whatever.
it involves the observation of a delicate pattern, a cyclical cycle, right? And unless you've been alive to observe these cycles, you're not gonna know these cycles. So these cycles are given to us from above, right? The keeping a sacred time was something that was gifted to us. It's not something that we just either crafted or created on our own or stumbled upon. It was something that was given to us from Yah and the angels, in my opinion, in my worldview.
So
I
what?
could point to scripture and show you where this is the case, but
So what people use that calendar?
nobody.
Who did anyone used to like?
Now people use it. People right now we're in the process of resuscitating it, and people are starting to follow it just as a hobby, as a passion on the side, something that we're searching. But yeah, it was the Levitical priesthood that used to keep it. The ancient Israelites, the Hebrews.
So it's not like the modern Hebrew calendar.
No, but it's honestly a remarkable calendar, bro. I can't say it enough because it gives you a glimpse of the workings of our existence, and actually, um, it gets into the metaphysics of like relativity and Newton and orbital mechanics and how everything works, because it's based off of something that's very precise and incredibly fine tuned that implies a divine architect. Just the error margin in 20,000 years is like one day, dude.
It's not bending space
This
time.
calendar, like the mathematicians have done the calculations based off of this reckoning, and there's no calendar that I know of that is as accurate as this reckoning. If you kept this calendar, like if the world were to, move over to this calendar, we would only deviate theoretically by one day in 20,000 years.
Okay, but how do you know that you're on the right day, though? Like, do you have a high priest that you follow that you trust? How do you know you're on the right?
How do I know I'm on the right day?
Yeah.
So we'd have to get into like matching up data that was found in clinical scrolls. Like there's a scroll called Mishmarat D, and there's a few other clinical scrolls that were discovered. One was recently translated in 2017. They finished translating it and published it. And the more of these scrolls are translated, and there's still more to be uncovered and translated, they reveal insights into the ancient calendar systems in the Levant. Because there's a lot of misconceptions regarding the Jewish calendar, they're the ancient calendars and how they ran. And what's remarkable is that it was based off of this idea that in creation, the creator appointed the sun and the moon and the stars at the same exact time on the fourth day of the week, the perpetual covenantal week, and that is a specific alignment that repeats itself at the beginning of every jubilee, where you have the sun, the moon, and the stars or at least the sun and the moon are in a specific alignment where they're both at the east, rising on the equinox at the equator, basically what's the word I'm looking for? Completely in line, dude. So the sun will rise in the east at its zenith at noon. It'll set. The moon will rise in the east and follow and trail the sun. And at the zenith, it will literally arc right over your head, just like if you were at 0 degrees latitude at the equator. You would see the sun and the moon rise and set over your head, rise in the same gate and set in the same gate on the equinox, on the 4th day of the week, on a full moon. That was recorded in the scrolls, and that pattern still happens today. And you can use that as like a marker in time, right? It's a time marker that's been lost. I don't even know if it has a name, but that's one marker that you can keep track of, one of many astrological markers or astronomical markers. So you have that alignment along with the weekly cycle, plus the illumination of the moon and its position, its geometric position in the sky.
And that happens on the 4th day.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So it's basically like the sun and the moon are both experiencing like a vernal equinox at the same time, and the moon it's in its cycle, it's full, right?
Yeah, so what you have is data, right? And you can call it ephemeris data. It's about, it's charts. It's all it is. You have tables of lunar phases. You got new moons and full moons. You have the days of the week: first day, second day, third day, fourth day, fifth day, sixth day, seventh day. You got the equinoxes and the solstices, and you have specific alignments that they highlight for us. And with that, you what you have is a data set that, like DNA sequencing, you can literally like take like 4 years, let's say like 24 AD to 32 AD. You can take that bracket, right? And find out all the ephemeris data of that time frame, that interval of time. 7 years, right? Consecutive years. You'll take the lunar charts, the solar charts, and the days of the week with the equinoxes and the solstices and the Sabbaths, and you'll put it all and you'll make like an Excel spreadsheet, and you can match it with today to see if the modern day week still matches up with the ancient weeks using the ephemeris data of the luminaries. And come to find out, and I did the work myself, come to find out, because I was skeptical about the modern day week still being perpetually uninterrupted. Because I'm like, well, there's been all this tinkering with Hillel II. You had Julian, right? Julius Caesar. You had Pope Gregory. You had all these people trying to tinker with the calendar. How the hell do Pope Gregory? How do we know that the calendar, or at least the days of the week, are still intact? Well, you can match up the ephemeris data, bro, and you can see that
And
Wednesday is still the 4th day of the week. Sunday is still the 1st day of the week. How do we know? Because we can match it up, like DNA sequencing. We can match up the luminaries with the current day week, and it still matches up with ancient reckoning.
Okay, so regarding like the resetting on the Jubilee that you mentioned, does that happen with both equinoxes or just like the vernal equinox?
The vernal equinox is the significant one, though the fall one is also important. But yeah, the alignment that I'm speaking of specifically occurs at the vernal equinox. Because it's pattern after creation week, where apparently, and there's a lot of misconceptions because people assume that the moon was it was a sliver on the 4th day of creation when it was appointed. But according to the priests, no, the moon was in its full glory when it was created and appointed on the 4th day. So on the day that the moon was created, along with the sun and the stars, when they were set in motion, the day it was set in motion, it was fully illuminated. Even though the Jews, they keep the beginning of months using the crescent, and I think the Muslims do too, correct?
Yeah. What'd you say, Lion? The Jews keep.
Yeah, the modern Jews keep the crescent, the 3% crescent, as the beginning of months.
I'll
Yeah.
ask you again.
I mean, I don't know about Jews, but Muslims definitely. Yeah, the month starts with the new crescent.
How many days are in your month?
Are you asking me or Lion?
Lion, I've asked him 3 times.
30.
Lion's
No, I didn't know. I thought you
28,
were asking him.
bro.
No, sorry. Yeah, I was just curious because they say what
Isn't it
happens in
28?
the skies is repeatable.
Enoch said that months have 30 days. Jubilee said 30 days. Every instance in scripture where a month is mentioned, it's mentioned with 30 days. In
But what,
prophecy, in
Wow,
Daniel
you
and
have weeks
Revelation,
of 7
it's
days.
30 days.
how do they come up with
How's that work? You have weeks with 7 days times 4, isn't it? Wouldn't it be 28 days?
No. There's one 28-day lunar month, but normally even lunar months alternate between 29 and 30 days, depending depending how you measure the lunation, whether you use the backdrop of the stars or the Earth's reference frame. You're gonna get different fractional, differences in lunations, but it's significant over a period, of a year. You do realize that, right?
what you're saying that there's
Enoch
a
said
new moon
29 and
cycle?
30 days for the months of the moon. Because there's lunar months and then there's solar months. Go ahead. Let's see.
No,
Sorry.
I was going to say, so there's a moon phase where it only takes 20 days for the new moon.
28 days. It's the shortest.
The shortest is 28 days.
Yeah.
But, so when you go for the 30, because there's a couple of days you don't see the moon. So is that taken into account the 2 days you don't see the moon?
Yeah. So the lunations can alter between 28, 29, and 30 days, dude. It's not cookie cutter. It's not consistent and uniform like you would expect it to be exactly 28 days every month. No, I mean you can
Yeah. I
arbitrarily
don't think it's
chop
ever
up the
28 days.
lunar. You can
Oh,
arbitrarily chop up the lunar months into 28 days and do 13 months a year, but that's not what's actually going on in real time. And then you would run into problems over time. You would have to intercalate some way. But even then, like, it's just not as or I don't know. Go ahead, dude. I don't want to monologue. Go ahead. Whoever.
I was gonna say, like, 28 days, as far as I know, it's like never 28 days for lunar months. Lunar months is always 29 or 30, and I think the average is 29.5. So I don't know where I said 28 days because I thought he was talking about your calendar where you just go by
Oh,
the
word.
week,
So
7
you
days.
agree?
So I thought it was just like 7 times 4 is 28. That's what I thought you were doing. But if you're going by lunar as well, then it's not going to be 28.
Word. See, I keep trying to tell people that, and then, like, people look at me like I'm crazy because I know for whatever reason, the flat Earth community, a lot of people are fond of the 28-day lunar calendar, because of the turtle shell, or some Native American calendars are based off of the 13th-month lunar calendar, based off 28 days.
well, hey,
But so the
Lion.
Muslims are not, right? The Muslims don't follow that that reckoning.
No, the lunar cycle is never 28 days. It's always
Word.
29 or 30.
That's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I've been saying. That's what Enoch said. That's what modern astronomy says.
Well, Lion, real quick. What is today for you in your calendar?
Let me look. I don't know if I
Is
have.
it Wednesday?
I can't hear you. What? You were
Is it
breaking up.
Wednesday?
Yeah. Well, it's right now.
Happy
It's
Happy
Wednesday. Yeah.
Wednesday. Happy
Why?
Wednesday. Just you won't let me say
It's the
Happy New
fourth.
Year, so Happy
It's
Wednesday.
it's the fourth day of the week, though, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't say
Happy
Wednesday, bro, because that's some
Happy
pagan stuff.
Wednesday.
Sundays, the day of the sun god, moon. Mondays, day of the moon god. Nah, man. We say
Yeah.
first day,
I
second day,
don't.
third day,
Yeah.
fourth day.
So
I don't make
Yeah,
a big
They got
deal of it,
numbers.
but
when's your new year? The start of your new year?
probably spring, right?
yeah, the vernal equinox.
Yeah. See, I
April.
did a few fireworks now, but I saved some for springtime because like I want to do a little bit of celebration on that, you know? People don't really celebrate that. I guess like Easter, but that's not really the vernal equinox. But yeah, man, I was just trying to, happy Wednesday, 4th day of the week.
Another
So today's
interesting
the
thing in our
today's
calendar.
real quick. Today's the first day of the 10th month. According to the Zayda calendar, yeah, first day of the 10th month. Go ahead.
I think we're
So
at the first day as well.
if I was born on the
For us,
24th day,
night comes before day.
so if I was born on the 24th day
Me
of the
too.
10th month, does that mean I get another birthday this year?
Yeah.
Oh, that's so cool.
But yeah, bro, what were you gonna say? Percentage?
I was just gonna say, in our calendar, the night comes before day.
Nah, yeah. I mean,
So like,
I've been meditating on that
today's
for a long time, dude.
yeah.
It's hard to discern.
That's cool. Like for instance, today is Yom Arbaa, the 4th day, but like it's the night comes before the day. Dusk is when the new day begins.
That's my understanding as of right now. And night came first in the beginning on the first day. Before there was light, there was already existence in motion, creation in motion.
So yeah, you're on your 10th month, but for us, it's the first day of the 7th month. The month called the Rajab. No, actually, my bad, my bad. We're on the last day of the previous month. The first day is tomorrow.
But yeah, they weren't solely dependent on observations. The calendar was based on calculations in advance, but the observations were beneficial because the sun, the moon, and the stars were like they testified that the times were correct in case your calculations were off.
Yeah.
Like you can fast forward and rewind it. Like a mechanical clock, you can just rewind the gears all the way back because it's very predictable, cyclical, consistent, uniform, and even over thousands of years, you know exactly what day, what time this star was here, or the moon was here and the sun was. You know what I mean? Like you know exactly where everything's positioned because it's very consistent and stable. And they knew already like what feast would land on what day, how far in the future. But it was helpful that the moon would display its phases and would be positioned in certain areas as a testimony. But it wasn't we didn't depend on observations like the Hasmoneans did. And if it was cloudy, if there was something going on and they couldn't see the 3% crescent, they'd be like, oh, Sometimes they would delay it and they'd be wrong about the beginning of the month.
But someone must have calculated the solar year.
Yeah, the 364-day year kept by the Zadok priest was one of fixed Shabbat Sabbaths, calculated in advance based on a symmetric division of the days of the year.
And it's always 364.
Yeah. That's the weird thing, dude. That's the one that's gonna break
So
your brain,
how
dude.
comes your even though there's a deviation in your calendar, if it's 364 days a year?
What do you mean?
Oh.
What?
What did you say a solar year was? 364 days.
364 days, yeah. That's the magic number.
And they
Is it
say a solar year is
364 or
365.
354?
364.
Yeah,
Dang.
52
364.
weeks. 364 divided by 7 is 52 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
So there's 52 weeks a year divided by, if you divide 52 by 4, you end up with 13 week quarters.
But the narrative is there's 365 point so many days in
That's
in a solar year.
That's the mystery. How do we reconcile this? The 364-day year that they asserted versus what we see in real time and observe, right? How do we make it work? And why this discrepancy? And it really depends on how you uh what your worldview is, your school of thought, if you're heliocentrist, if you're geocentrist, and how you calculate the years and time, delta. Because if you use the sidereal reckoning, which is based off of the backdrop of the stars, you're gonna get a different number than if you use the Earth as your fixed reference frame. So instead of referencing the stars, you instead reference the Earth. And there seems to be slight oscillations in the tropics, where the tropics or the sun in position on the Earth when it gets to the tropics, there's this very very minute oscillation in and out that gets sometimes misappropriated as some type of time anomaly in their calculations when they try to figure out, their atomic clocks and they try to calculate time. It might affect, right, the equation of time and the solar mean time that they use at Greenwich. It definitely does, actually. Not maybe, it definitely does.
Yeah, see, I thought initially you said 354 instead of 364 because that's like the lunar calendar is 354, 29.5, like I said, times by like 12 months. But yeah, about what you were saying, Lion, earlier, it's in the Quran actually that Allah, He says He created the sun and the moon, so that we might know the numbers of years and the calculation.
For sure. Yeah.
He says in the same ayah, He says, it's translated in English, obviously. It says He details the signs for people who know. It's not just for anyone, but the ones that actually, are about. هو الذي جعل الشمس ضيئا والقمر نورا وقدره منازل لتعلموا عدد السنين والحساب. السورة يونس.
What do you do with a drunken sailor? What do you do?
What'd you say?
So I was just trying to match your chant.
Oh, 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 oh. So what's up, guys? How's your New Year Wednesday going? First day of the 10th month and whatnot. How's it all going, guys?
I just went to work. Another
Oh,
day.
you going to work right now?
Nah, I just finished.
Oh, nice. It's 3:00, 3:14 in the morning for me. Got a fire. My son's getting a shirt on because he's like, I'm cold. He opens his jacket next to the fire. I'm like, dude, get a shirt on. Anyway, little bugger.
Oh.
I thought it was really interesting what you had to say, Lion. I enjoyed learning that stuff.
What did he say?
Oh yeah, bro, I'm glad. Hoping I'm
Yo, Monkey,
reaching
how old's your
something.
son? And why is he opening his jacket at 3:14 a.m.?
Well, he's like, I'm cold. I'm like, well, because I have a shirt on under my jacket. I'll open my jacket right next to the fire and kind of hold it open to kind of like squat down and catch the heat. And he opened it up and it was his belly. And I was like, dude, go put a shirt on. No wonder you're cold. Like, I have a jacket or a shirt and two jackets on. Like, I can't believe he just had a jacket and no shirt. Like, what the heck? I let him make his own decisions most of the time. But,
What's the
if I
word?
see something wrong,
Yeah. What's the word for free balling? But if it's like top half.
free the nipple?
Free
Free
pecking.
nippling?
Free pecking it.
I guess. Nipple whippling? I don't know.
Nipple tickle.
If there was 5 less people, I'd put my fire on the live stream for y'all.
Yeah,
I
I've
can't.
noticed some weird.
Oh, so go online, please.
No, you good, bro. You go.
I'm just gonna say I just love the way fire is. Like, it's like it has a life of its own. But it was my short bit. Go on, please.
Me too. Fire's mesmerized. They say fire is proof that we're not living in a simulation.
I like it.
Why is that? Because you'll get
Because like
burnt or something.
the computing power necessary to like simulate this never repeating like a little like whips and things of the flame is impossible.
Yeah, like I understand why people bring up the simulation thing, but it's just like a dead end conversation, you know? It's not going to get you anywhere.
But yeah, so who do you want me to just like to move to the hot mic zone so we could get the fire going. I'll just move like 10 people. Whoever comes back comes back. Okay. Welcome back, Jemsy. By the way, glad you took care of your heart.
Yeah, the simulation argument reminds me of Geo's. Have you heard his the mind virus audio? Like he asks him the question, "Are you on Discord?" And a lot of people are like, "Well, how do I know I'm on Discord?" Like, I only perceive that I am on Discord. Like all this just like rhetoric.
Happy New Year's, guys. I've had about 3 or 4 too many mimosas.
Well, hey, it's actually the first day of the 10th month. Happy first day of the 10th month, Wednesday.
Whoa.
Well, the last day of the 7th. Last day of the 7th. Don't forget us.
Oh, yeah. Last day of the 7th and first day of the 10th. Happy Wednesday and Happy New Year to the Gregorian calendar.
What year are we actually living in?
That would
This
be
year.
1446 Hijri.
No, just this year. Just forget about the rest of it. It's this year. Don't worry about the rest.
When is the new year on the Enochian calendar?
March 19th, I'd say.
Wow.
That's the day of the solstice. I mean the equinox.
It's not always on the same day of the equinox.
Yeah,
depending
same.
who you
Yeah, I
ask.
know.
I was just gonna say, same for the winter solstice. It's never on the same day. That's why they have a range. It might be on like the 20th, or it might be on like the 25th. You know?
It
That's
oscillates back and forth from a central point.
right. I was gonna say
Like
it's variable.
minus 3 or 4, plus 3 or 4. So there's like a 7th segment or a 7 increment segment at the equator as your degrees latitude where the sun oscillates back and forth from equinox to equinox. Very, very little. We're talking about like half the diameter of the sun from year to year, but enough that even though it's on the equinox where it's a straight line, it's not in the same exact spot it was the year prior on the equinox, 365 days earlier. Geometrically, it's not in the same exact position. It's off by about 20 miles. The subsolar point's off about 20 miles. It's pretty fascinating
sky
because
Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you good.
I was just gonna say the sky clock is like one of the most fascinating things ever, and like all the different ways people and cultures have looked at it over the years is just fascinating to me. And I was gonna say something else too about like I can't remember exactly what it was. Shane built a model, and I think it was something to do with the bet that he made with Mortawand that he couldn't predict an eclipse using his model, and he did. But there's something else he did. I can't remember exactly what the configuration was, but he said something about if you rewind the clock like a little over 6,000 years, that everything lines up as if it were a top dead center. I thought you might know something about that, Lion.
When you say top dead center, what do you mean by that?
Okay, so it was like the exact same thing you said, where the sun and the moon started in the same place in the sky, and then on the first day, and then is that
Oh
what you
yeah,
said?
yeah. There's a
Yeah, so
special
like,
position, a special orientation at the genesis of the sun, and the moon, and the stars. Special alignment.
and isn't it like in the Bible that the Earth is like right around 6,000 years old?
Yeah.
Yeah, yep. But how
Well,
often does that
Adam.
alignment
Well,
happen
no,
though?
it's
Like you
well.
said.
Adam was created like 6,000 years ago. The Earth might be a little older than that, give or take. Who
Okay.
knows?
Okay, humanity 6,000. Gotcha. Yeah. How often does that alignment happen though that you were talking about?
It happens a couple times a Shemitah, like twice every Shemitah, every 7 years, but it doesn't happen to that precision until every 49 years, where you'll have like the sun, the moon rise and set on the same gate and ride on the same circuit, the same track. They'll take the same track together and they'll rise together, set together on the fourth day of the week, which would be a Gregorian Wednesday, on the equinox, which is around March 20th, and it will be a full moon. So you'll get some of those variables, during the Shemitahs, but you won't. There'll be one of them things will be missing. Like it won't be exactly at the equator, or it won't be exactly like following and setting in the same gate. It won't be on the fourth day of the week, or it won't be on the equinox. It's still a marker, but when you combine all those variables together, that specific marker only happens every 49 years. And it's supposed to be pattern after creation. Some say they took that route, but they said that it was a new moon. I posted a video of this occurrence. It's in the chat, dude. I'll post it again. This is a similar one. It's not the exact Jubilee, but it's the example.
All right, guys. I leave for 5 minutes. I mean, Gemsy, I left you in charge, but like, you got a beautiful profile picture, a cool name. I mean, you're a gem. See why I'm saying that? Or, oh, never mind.
Oh,
I heard that.
When you
wake
said
up.
you made a fire, I made a fire too.
Get yourself fired up.
That's actually what I'm about to do right now.
I'm about to
Yeah, I
play
made
this
a
and be
fire. What's that line?
about to blast my shofar.
Yeah, you
You're about
toot
to-
your own horn, don't you, bud? I knew it. I knew it. Right at the right time.
Is there a wrong time?
What? Oh no, I'm drag. Playing.
He did the toot scootin' boogie.
A wimboa, a wimboa, a wimboa, a wimboa, wimboa, a wimboa.
In the jungle, the mighty jungle.
A wimboa, a wimboa, wimboa,
Tonight.
Oh,
wimboa,
dang it.
wimboa.
In the jungle, the lion sleeps tonight.
Blows his horn.
Wake up. About to be 5 in the morning.
5,
Yo,
it's
what concrete
2:30.
jungle you
Welcome to the jungle.
We got fun and
Actually,
games.
we got an hour and a half till 5, bud. It's only 3:35 where I'm at. Come on.
Oh yeah, lion lives out east.
Coffee and meat.
Is anybody west of me? I'm in the mountains, Montana.
West Side.
Dude, bring
Yeah,
it.
everyone's west of you. You remember how the world works, right?
Pretty much, like your own
Television.
ass west of you, right?
I'm down here in
That's only if you're
Phoenix.
facing east.
Is Phoenix west
All
of
right.
you? I don't know.
Fuck, I'd have to look. It's sure
West.
as hell south of me.
I know Water Monkey got something. Hold on, I'll be right back, dude. I'm about to get a shot.
Lion, you're taking a shot right now? Bruh. I'm gonna take a shot with you. I'm gonna go inside though.
That's allowed in
Cheers.
here. You can just shop
Lots
in the
of
shower and
and to your health.
I'll smoke to your health.
I'll take a shot and a hit to your health.
A shot and
And
a
I'll
hit.
do
Boy,
some
howdy.
and I'll do some cocaine for all your health.
See, I'm taking a shot so that way you don't have to, so you can live longer.
Yeah. You know, I did a lot of drinking when I was a young teenager, and by the time I turned 21, I was all done with it. Never fucking cared for it. I'm that guy that somebody calls at 2:30 in the morning, and they're like, I need a ride. You're like, all right.
Bro, I don't have any friends like that. Like, if they're alcoholic friends, I'm probably not friends with them. I'm only drinking because it's a holiday. Otherwise, I drink like 7 times a year.
Well, maybe I'm just blessed and fortunate to have friends that are just functional alcoholics.
I mean, good job.
All right, what happened, bro?
We took a shot together, bro. You didn't know?
No, but yo, actually, I didn't take a shot. I grabbed some quito, Spanish eggnog. Except it got no eggs in it.
I gotta do all this work and roll a joint.
But yo,
Just get the pipe, bro.
yo, Araya, you there?
It's clogged. I'm lazy.
Just
Araya
blow.
the seer.
Put your finger over that blowhole and blow through the fucking thing, bro.
Dude, that stage went by a long time ago.
Okay, so I have this pipe where the mouthpiece is like a hammerhead, like wide thing. It's so amazing for cleaning out. Anyways, Lion, you were trying to say something, bro. My bad.
No, I was just seeing if Araya was there, but apparently not.
Say something that would trigger a Glober. That'll see if he's there.
I've been going back and forth with Dagon, old Mac.
Yeah, what's his
room,
about what?
Go check out the Christian room, bro. I got, dude. Just it's overwhelming. I couldn't ever get it out on VC right, in a reasonable amount of time, but I was able to get it out in.
Okay, interesting. Like, you guys are just having a conversation about Christianity in general,
Not
I
even.
guess.
I mean, most of it. I'm not directly responding to all his nonsense. I am, but it's not like it's kind of discombobulated, but because it starts off with I got here St. Patrick. He's not who you think he was, and St. Patrick was known as a primitive Christian. And who he
Hey,
was.
Shalom, Lion.
Oh, bro, what's up, man?
What's good? What's good?
Yo, it's really unfortunate that you're over. Really, it grieves my spirit.
Unfortunate.
Unfortunately, dude.
Oh man. Well, I won't accept the title as a Glober.
All right, all right.
Well, what about Globulus?
Negative.
Yo,
How about heliosexual? I'm sorry, I'm just
I
fucking
hope
with
I
you,
didn't
man.
wake you up. Yo, but why don't you like West Blaze? He was in here earlier, bro. I was delighted to see him in here.
No, it was man, I don't think I've heard his name since 2018, maybe. I don't think last time I heard his name was in Nathan Thompson's Facebook group.
Yeah. Nathan Thompson.
Yeah, what happened to that guy? What happened to Thompson?
He's resurfacing. I think last time I saw he was on his way doing some activism again, some road tripping with him and Geo.
I thought I saw his name on one of the flat Earth debates in like the last week or two, and scrolling through my feed.
On the
Yeah, I
road
think
trip, it
he's
was
on
him and RG.
his dog Geo, but yeah, he was on.
Oh,
I think modern day debate. He was had a debate. Then I think he was on Mark Sargent and Patricia Steer's show recently.
Yo, what do you think about West Blaze? Though? You didn't really answer.
Oh no, not much. Just poking fun at him.
Oh,
Just
not because
yeah, just
because of flat Earth, right?
yeah. Just old
I figured.
debate. You hear old names, and it's like, oh man, that was years ago. Like what?
So I haven't really seen you around too much. I just recently started seeing you in here, but you go back to like 24/7 or these other servers.
Nah. I came to Discord from well, I hang out on Clubhouse most of the time, but I'm
Yo,
not
you need
new
to bring
to
some of those
the.
people over here. My bad, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Actually, a couple of them I have. I just don't know exactly who. But then they'll just be like, "Yo, I was on Discord in that room, that ether cosmology room." I'm like, "For real?" Oh, the Earth's Awakening room. I'm like, okay, so it's hard to say exactly who comes over. Well, I know you guys know John and Ten. I think Bert has come over. Then of course you guys know the Flat Earth gang. That's they come over sometimes. So yes, I don't campaign it that much, but sometimes I do. It just depends on the conversation. Sometimes Clubhouse gets a little dry, then I'll promote it. Like, hey, you guys want to have a conversation or listen in? Come to Discord. That's pretty much it.
So how'd you come to the knowledge of Yahuwah? Yahweh.
Just searching and seeking and asking, knocking on doors, and this things started being
Well, how do
opened
you
up.
what do you
And
remember though? How your influence? You know what I mean?
I was just at a point in my life just trying to figure out who, as far as black people, like in America, like who the hell we were,
Crap,
like
dude. I was
just
hoping
like,
that wasn't the route that took. Honest.
well, I mean, that was just the journey. You know what I mean? That was
It is.
just
Yeah, it's
the,
true. Yeah. Be
that was
honest.
just the route I took.
I was
But
hoping that it wasn't like a black Hebrew Israelite thing.
well, I mean, yeah, but I don't carry a lot of those sentiments that they had. That's why I don't mesh with a lot of their
New York.
spirit
You know
today.
how that all started in New York, though, right?
Yeah,
That
yeah, I
cult.
know, I know, yeah, I know the whole break. Look, I know those guys. I have a lot of their numbers in my phone. They still check on me. I still check
What?
on them. Oh yeah, it's
They poisoned the well, bro. They made us look bad.
well. I mean, that's why I said I don't like titles. I don't, you know, because even when people ask me, "You a Hebrew Israelite?" I'm like, I'll hesitate. You know what I mean? Because I'm a believer. You know what I mean?
I'm a follower
So I
of the way.
mean, yeah. I mean, people are gonna call me all kind of things, man. So I just kind of sheer away from titles and really even labeling myself. But um, that was kind of the start of it, man, and it just gained a lot of encouragement on how to really stand for myself. Just
How do you know?
some
How do you know
some.
all the original Jews were black?
I don't know.
What's your evidence that the original Israelites were all black, like Laban, Rachel, Leah?
I don't know. Um,
Bethuel.
there is some evidence that that may lean towards it, but I can't 100% say, oh, they were all black. Like that was never even my my understanding.
That's what's
So
up. No, I'm glad that yeah. So you're more slack
yeah, I
with
don't
that.
get into the 12 tribes chart all that. Like I said, I used to. Um, I've I've I'm I've learned that a lot of those guys, even that run around law, Torah, they're the main ones breaking it. So I've learned that, called these guys out, made my forehead hard against theirs, and they didn't want to keep it doctrine. So I said, let me separate myself before I go to jail. Oh, everybody drunk on New Year's. That's what happened. Okay.
Yo, yeah, I'm sipping right now. Yo, you think all the white people are Edomites?
Nah. That's
I just,
impossible.
I had to ask you that.
That's well, I mean, I'm not
Just,
I'm not
just to put to
I'm not
rest any
I'm not
doubt.
yeah, I'm not one West. You know what I mean? Even though like I was under that understanding, I'm not under that mindset. You know what I mean? Like that's one West, 12 tribe chart. White man the devil kiss my boot. You gonna be a certain, you know what I mean? Like yeah, like
But
I
bro,
like what
it's you know how many people hate the Jews too, bro? It's vice versa. You know what I mean? Like there's people that hate
well
the Jews too, man. Think all the Jews
what
are the
what
synagogue of
else I'm
Satan.
The
that's
white
what I'm
man.
saying. Like, well, that's what I'm saying. Like, in it's reversed on a lot of sides. A lot of people say they're the Jews, and they run into the same criticism, the same hate, the same, and then they have the same mistakes, and then people look at them as labels and examples, and they all fuck up just like everybody else. Everybody that says they're the Jews, they're all hated. They all fuck up. They have their bad examples. So it's like, what's the point of trying to put yourself as these people, as this beacon of light, when you know that you're still fucking up? You got all these bone skeletons in your closet when that's not the point of the message. And people are putting their religion over the text, over the spirituality, and that's where mankind has gone wrong. So that's why I stay away from labeling people, man. I've made that mistake, just labeling people. You know what I'm saying? Missed out on some blessings by doing that. So, I just learned from that mistake, man. Just accept people for who they are, be
Mhm.
peaceable with all men. I really don't care what nationality or nation you from. History is cool, you know. Um, I respect and accept people's culture. I love language, kind of a history buff, so. But yeah, I stay away from all that the nonsense, man.
What's up,
So
man? I respect that.
yeah,
What do you
life
consider
works a lot
nonsense?
better than being peaceful.
Araya, what do you consider nonsense, man?
Um, irrational, being irrational. whether it be in action or um, word by words that come out your mouth.
Irrational. Damn, so much. Weird. Oh yeah, water monkey, because water monkeys always yeah that Moses. But now that it's quiet, what do you get triggered?
Is it me cutting out or you cutting out, bud?
Am I
Like,
cutting out, dude? My bad,
I
dude.
don't.
Hold on.
Could be me.
It is me. Nah, it's me because I remember I messed with my settings. Hold on.
I know you're trying to bring
All
up
right.
that whole I always talk about with
Now,
Moses.
what about now? What about now?
I
Mic
hear
check.
you. What
Is it
about
better?
Moses? What about Moses?
Hello there. The angel from my
Oh.
nightmares. How's that
How
sound, dude?
this morning? I'm doing fine.
The
What's up?
angel from. Who is that?
I don't know.
Oh,
That was
Gemsy. No, that's not Gem. Who is that? Who just said that?
me.
Oh,
Water monkey.
Gemsy's green for some reason. All right, my bad.
Not for me. But you were asking about Moses or something, right? I don't know much.
No,
I
no,
know.
no, no. You're always asking me for like archaeological evidence to support Moses' existence or these biblical accounts. Let me see if I can for you right now.
Prove to me that Adam had a belly button.
I'm not sure he did if that's how the story goes. But if it goes, I do not think he had a belly button.
I think that's one of those. I don't know. It's way too much. Like those questions.
If
Like
he
what
didn't have
the
a
hell?
belly, then where'd the fruit go after he ate it? Hmm?
I mean, you
Hmm?
can have a belly without a button.
Yeah,
You
you can
can't
have.
have without a button though. You can be created, but you can't have a mom without being birthed.
Yeah, I mean, so like Adam was like walking around here, no nipples, no belly button.
No, he had nipples.
so you, so you telling me you saw Adam's nipples?
He had nipples because I have nipples.
You got nipples because you got a mama.
No. What do I need nipples for? My mom needs nipples, but I don't need nipples, but I still got.
That's because the chromosome you get from your mama. You're a
Yeah.
hermit boy. Ape,
Now you're
almost C.
exaggerating.
I'm just messing.
That's an exaggeration.
Nah, but I did see this girl one time. It scared the shit out of me, boy.
Oh no.
She was nipple maxing.
Nah, it was downstairs.
Lion.
She was.
Yo,
Say,
what's up, bro?
I don't know.
He just wanted to say lion.
Well, it's like it was about to go somewhere
I got
real.
the well, yeah, I got the artifacts right here. I'm just picking out which one I want to present, but there's a lot, dude. You got the Tel Dan inscription referencing the house of David. You know about the Tel Dan encryption here? I posted.
So out there are Marna tablets.
Not right here. Posted in the chat. It says those scholars who think biblical characters in the Exodus are myths make a fundamental mistake. They falsely assume if some biblical figure does not have extra biblical evidence, then it's a myth. It says the Tel Dan inscription, 1993, by the archaeologist Gilla Cook. There were some so-called academics who said King David never existed. Why? Because there was no extra biblical evidence for his existence. Then the Tel Dan inscription, which clearly has written on it the house of David, proved them all wrong. The other example is the Hittite Empire before they discovered the ancient capital of the Hittites. The only mention for this entire kingdom was found in the Hebrew Bible. But now they're starting to find inscriptions of this kingdom in other places. Like it says here, even central northern Turkey, archaeologists found cuneiform tablets. But yeah, there's a lot, dude. I don't know where you...
When
The
is this
Tel
from?
Dan. The Tel Dan tablet? Let me see.
I mean, it looks like a rock. How are they actually able to carbon date that?
They can't
Or
carbon date it. They're basing off of the script.
Hmm.
It says 870 to 750 BCE.
I don't know, man. I appreciate the
And it's in Phoenician script or ancient Paleo Hebrew, depending on how you look at it. Same script. You got the Brooklyn Papyrus too. A 7-foot long papyrus from the 12th or 13th dynasty era of the Middle Kingdom period in Egypt in the late 19th or 18th century BC. Papyrus is written in the ancient Egyptian language in hieratic script. Talks about Hebrew slaves. I don't know, man. Just whatever, dude. Talk about something else. You got the different tablets.
How long do you reckon I do beans for? Okay.
What?
Microwave beans.
Jeez for that. I really don't know why Discord has the mic on by default sometimes.
Do you have an iPhone?
I do.
That's why. I'm not
Ah,
sure why it
okay.
has phones, but
I
like
know
it
why,
never.
dude.
Like I have an Android and it never happens with me.
When you get a phone call or when you make a phone call, it does that. Or when you use Siri, it does that sometimes. Or when you use ChatGPT, it does that. It'll just take you off mute when you come back from ChatGPT. Or when you come back from the phone call, you'll be unmuted. Or when you go in your car and you got Bluetooth in your car and it automatically syncs to your car's Bluetooth. Every time it syncs to your car's Bluetooth, dude, it knocks you off mute.
How do
Hey,
you
For whatever
change?
reason.
Line, you
Yo,
like ChatGPT? You use it?
dude, I love it. I'm
Okay. Well,
fascinated by ChatGPT.
I got this new AI open source chat model. It's kind of like ChatGPT. You can't upload like images, but I'm about to send you a link in your DMs.
ChatGPT is remarkable, dude.
This
I would
thing works
literally,
pretty much
I
like
would,
it. You can ask it, like, what's the difference between me and ChatGPT? You know what I mean? Just see what you think. I heard about it. I signed up for it.
I
You
feed it
create.
and feed it and feed. No, I'm just playing. But no, I'll feed it PDFs and I'll be like, summarize this, and I'll be like, and I'll summarize it like really, really good, dude, like incredible. And then I'll give it like a couple more PDFs regarding the same topic, like you know how PDFs reference each other, and uh, dude, it's just incredible, man. It's like it'll combine different concepts from different PDFs into one coherent like page, and it's so eloquent and efficient, and it really captures your own thoughts too. Like you can like steer it.
That's funny, dude. My wife says that its summaries are lacking, but she's doing
Well,
like
yeah,
medical research though.
you got to push it though. You got because it'll be like it'll jip you. It won't give you enough. You got to tell it no. Be more expansive. Elaborate on this topic or on this specific thing, and it will, dude. But initially, yeah, it'll give you like a really small summary. It just depends how detailed you want it to be. You can ask it to be more detailed. But I also don't like it because a lot of people are using it as a crutch and they're becoming overly dependent on it instead of writing their own essays, their own um leg starts with an L, dude. It's late.
You know. But the thing that makes this other AI really cool is that you could use it as a litmus test, essentially, against ChatGPT. Check your answers, essentially, because I know like there's been times when I was doing law research and it gave me a court case that didn't exist, but it was like a conglomeration of 3 different court cases. But then it just made up this court case.
Oh, you just reminded me, dude. Let's talk. I got a good combo. Earlier we were talking about law or the justice system or the founding fathers.
Right. Yeah, with Witsit.
I couldn't really get my word out though. Maybe I can get it out now.
Well, probably, yeah. It was busy earlier.
I don't like being rushed, dude. I can't think straight, dude. Under pressure, you start like when you relax, you got time to talk. You don't have to worry about crunching in all this information and stumbling over your words. You can just kind of relax and get it out. All right, so common law tradition. England's system of common law, with its emphasis on judicial precedent, and individual rights, influence American legal practices. We mostly got our morality from England. There's no doubt about that, dude. William Blackstone's commentaries on the laws of England served as a foundational text for the American legal system. I already said this earlier, but I want to rehash it. Emphasizing natural rights and the importance of property. who had some philosophical influence. You had John Locke, an English philosopher, deeply influenced the founders. His ideas about natural rights, life, liberty, property, and the social contract appear in the Declaration of Independence and Constitution. Locke's belief that government's legitimacy comes from the consent of the governed shaped the foundational principles of American democracy. Even though it's not a democracy, but it does have some democratic principles. Other Enlightenment thinkers, such as Montesquieu, also drew on England's system to propose the separation of powers, later reflected in the U.S. Constitution, the separation of church and state, judicial, federal, and legislative branches, and all the checks and balances that were put in place to prevent tyranny from occurring, and yet we still have tyranny occurring, unfortunately. Anyways, I'll pause right there. I don't want to monologue. I just want to talk about it. Go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to say on that point, like, yeah, we're not supposed to be a democracy. It's supposed to be a republic, constitutional republic. There's a difference between a democracy and a republic. And the democracy is monarchical. The republic is representation, you know, per state, per amount of people and whatnot.
Yeah, that's
A
true.
benevolent dictatorship.
In a way, a contracted benevolent dictatorship. Yeah, you agree to be dictated, but it's to rules that everyone's agreed upon. But I think it has to be like, it's not just like a 51% majority. I think it has to be like a 60 or 70% majority.
Yeah.
It has to be a
It's called
large.
it's called a major majority.
Yeah.
That's what. That's for bigger issues though, like choosing a president or vetoing a bill. I forget all the details, but yeah, a republic requires a supermajority, which, in my opinion, wouldn't that be a bigger mob rule?
In a way, but it's like it takes more to convince that many people of the same thing than it does just 50%. Does that make sense? Like
Yeah,
it
no,
takes.
it does. I rather that than be ruled by 50%. I'd rather a better representation of the pie make the decision than only half.
I mean, it may still make the wrong decision, but
I'd rather
yeah,
70% of the population decide than only 51%. I feel like it's a better representation of our desire as a collective.
I agree.
Nah.
Honestly, like I don't think it even matters if our system was started and like built upon Christian ideals or not. I don't think it was personally, but like I don't think it matters in the long run. The fact is we have the system now and we are losing it. Like we're
So,
losing it fast.
just to put to rest any misconceptions regarding the founding of our nation. And this is, I know you like to talk about George Washington and like Benjamin Franklin and some of the atheists like Thomas Jefferson.
It goes way
Or no,
further.
Andrew Jackson. Andrew Jackson, right, was the atheist.
Right, but it goes
No,
way
not Andrew
further.
Jackson. What am I saying, Andrew? Retarded.
It goes back to like ancient Greece when the democracy and the republic first invented, and like the island of Lesbos and the goddess of Justia. You know, like it goes way back, way further than like this country may have had a group of people who are Christians who found the good ideals of the republic and the democracy, but the republic and the democracy were created by paganism, straight
Yeah.
up.
The republic is a Roman idea, dude. Rome was known as a republic.
Yeah,
We are
the
Rome
people
2.0. The thing is, like when America was established in 1776 and the Declaration of Independence was signed, this was this movement that when Americans came over here was organic, right? But it was hijacked by Masons.
Right. I can agree. I mean, I don't know. See, I've heard it your side where the Christians were trying to escape for their freedom, but I've also heard it the other side where the Masons were trying to escape the Catholic Church's tyranny, you know? And I don't agree with the
Nah,
Masons,
not even.
but I've heard both
No,
sides.
well, the Church of England was where there was a point where they were killing the Rosicrucians, the Knights Templars, right, because of their worship of Moloch. Even the Anglican Church, even though it's not ideal, it is corrupt. They did have some Christian values, as corrupt as they were. They still frowned upon and definitely eradicated any Moloch worship. And unfortunately, the Masons and the Rosicrucians and Knights Templars were sodomites and worshiping Moloch.
See, that
They,
is one of there are 7 felonies, and it's like murder, rape, sodomy. There's others, but like those are the main ones, you know. Those are like the first 4 or 5.
the Muslims also hated the Knights Templars. They killed a bunch of them. There was that's where Friday the 13th comes from, right? If I remember correctly.
Really? I had no idea
Yeah,
about
there
that.
was. Well, there was fights. There was, infighting in the Middle East and in Europe between the Masons and the Muslims and the Rosicrucians. But anyways, real quick, of the 56 original signers of the Declaration of Independence, 55 were Bible-believing, church-attending Christians. But this is where it gets weird. The Declaration references God 4 times, including phrases like the laws of nature and nature's God, and an appeal to the supreme judge of the universe identified as Jesus Christ. The problem with that is that they never actually identified that person in the Constitution itself. But we do have writings of the founding fathers mentioning Christ, right, in the Christian ideology, but not in the Constitution of the Bill of Rights. And what I find weird is that the Masons also reference, the supreme judge of the universe being the light bearer, Lucifer. And they use that phraseology, supreme judge of the universe.
Well, that's because partially. When Jesus was taken into the desert, the devil says, "I can give you all the kingdoms of the world if you just bow to me." So that indicates that this world is ruled by Satan.
No, yeah, no doubt. No doubt. The Bible says that specific chapter highlights that, but also Paul literally says that Satan is the god of this world. Jesus also says that Satan is the ruler of this world.
Well, it's also like I've heard Satan described as not so much as the evil one, but like they're the watchers. You know, they're the ones who are watching for the evil, who are going to fucking essentially tell on you at the end of your life.
Who is
The
that?
demon, the fallen.
Now there's good watchers. There's a whole class of angels. In Daniel, I can show you where there's a good watcher, but there's also evil watchers that fell. That there were, according to Jubilees chapter 4, the watchers were instructed to. Yeah, I'll pull it up. Give me 1 second, dude. Pull it up. We got time tonight, dude. It's 5 in the
Saying
morning.
that
Ain't
you
nobody.
guys were saying that you support like majorities and supermajorities and stuff. What about in like the time of Lot in Sodom? You know, they had a majority. So you guys support like how they're running their city?
No, man. I'm saying right now the way things are running in the fallen world, because I can't set up a theocracy, right? So I can't impose the Torah of Moshe on Americans. That's not what God wants. He actually does not want us to do that.
Why not?
Hold on, let me put my notes on this, dude. If we're gonna have a conversation, I want to make sure.
My God wants me to do it, man. My God wants me to spread Islam to every person to save them from eternal damnation.
Yeah, I'll explain myself. It's very technical. That's why.
See, that's where both of you guys and me split, because like I really don't understand why an all-powerful God would create an eternal damnation for a creation that he loved.
He created us
Because
to worship him, and if you associate partners with him and say
I
like
also,
that, go ahead.
well, I also don't believe that we have free will, or either that or God is not all-knowing and all-powerful.
Well, that's a separate
We're
conversation
jumping
within
around.
itself.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
I'm
hold
just
on a second, dude.
where we split, so y'all have your conversation. Just me out.
That belief of yours that you don't have free will, is that your own belief? Is that like a choice?
I think it's destiny. I think every decision I make, he already chose and he already knows, and there's nothing I can do. Like I will try to do my best in my own discernment, but like I try to do the right thing. I try to be good, but there's nothing I can do that he won't make that isn't already in his plan. You know, like it's already all
Yeah, of
planned.
course. He knows all, right? But that doesn't mean that you're not making choices. Just he knows what you're gonna choose.
No, that means I don't have free will.
Nah,
That's why
see, that's not true, dude.
I
You're
don't. I
getting
doesn't
that's
make
a
sense to
false
me.
dilemma, dude. That's the false dilemma, bro.
Nah, maybe not. Maybe to you, but like for me, it's like either I have free will and he doesn't know, or I don't have free will and he knows everything.
You're presenting two possible scenarios, and those are the only two possible scenarios in your framework, and that's just not the case. You can have both be
Both
compatible simultaneously. It's called compatibilism. You can have predeterminism and also free will simultaneously, synergistically, actually.
No, it's a paradox, and
It's not. It's not. It's not a paradox.
like you're speaking from the biblical perspective, which I do not believe in. I do not believe that God is
All right.
like all powerful.
Fair
I'm
enough.
sorry.
Fair enough. But when you say all powerful, it's not what the Bible says either, though. That's kind of a misnomer. You won't find a word that says omnipotent. It might say almighty, but depending on how you interpret that, Yah can't, or Elohim or Allah can't do everything, bro. There's certain things he can't do. He cannot lie. He cannot steal. He can't go back on his word. If he did, that would make him unjust. It would make him a liar. So there are certain things he can't do. So this idea that he's all powerful, like unlimited, unbound, unrestricted, unrestrained, that's not the case whatsoever.
Yeah. I don't know if I'd say it as he can't do that, but he stated his nature as like truthful and good and stuff like that. So he wouldn't go against his nature. It doesn't make sense. It's like illogical to say that he's gonna go against his nature, because then that would make him a liar.
It says in the text he's incapable.
I don't like that wording.
I mean, that's like he doesn't know everything, or I don't have free will. Like,
No,
forget
there
he
are
knows
certain
everything. And you have free will.
there are certain logical constraints that are even applied to the creator himself. Literally logical constraints based off of just wisdom itself and reason. Like there are certain things that even the creator can't like. It's just illogical. It can't happen, bro.
Yeah, that's how I would say it. I would say it would be illogical for him to do it. So he doesn't do it because he said about himself that he's truthful. So he doesn't lie or this stuff like that. But I wouldn't say he's incapable. I just don't like
No.
that wording rubs me the wrong way to say
Bro,
that
I don't think you
he's
understand.
limited.
No. Like even the creator himself is limited because there are certain things that are literally illogical. Like they just don't compute. No matter it doesn't. There's no theoretical hypothetical reality where this would compute. You get what I'm saying? Even the creator can't make it compute because it's just illogical.
Yeah, I don't like that wording, man. Say that he can't do something. But I hear you.
Yeah, it would because he's logical, he's logic, he's wisdom, he's order. To be disorderly or it's not something that's even in his in his psyche, in his mind, in his being. It's not something that would happen, for him to be disorderly.
And what did he do with nature? Because it's like The order comes out of the disorder. Like, it doesn't make sense.
No, there is no disorder. That's an illusion.
Like, I'll give you an example of something that, like, seems illogical to us, but the way the method of it is, it's a manner that befits God and it's logical to Him, right? And maybe we don't have the intellect or the capacity to understand it. But for instance, God, Allah, before He created anything, right? He existed without and outside of His creation, right? And then he began creating these things. He created, the earth and the heavens and His throne, and He descended upon His throne, right? Now that He created, before anything physical that He created, He existed. So you could say that He was like maybe a metaphysical. Who knows what his entity is like? But then he entered and, like, rested or descended upon a physical throne. So the question is, how does a metaphysical being physically rest on a throne? It seems illogical. You with me?
Yeah,
But He
but
does it
we
somehow.
just have we have different worldviews, dude. It's just.
What do you mean? Your God doesn't rest on, like, descend on His
No,
throne?
He does. Yeah, He does. He actually sits on a throne. Yeah.
There you go. So how does a God that's not physical, like before anything physical existed, He existed? How does He physically sit on a throne? That's
Well,
illogical for us.
well, you're making. I know you're making an assumption. Or you're making the assumption that God is not physical, based off of maybe some interpretation of certain verses that are. You have to take the scriptures overall and understand that the Creator is substantive or substantive, just like the ether. The ether, contrary to popular belief, is substantive, and the Creator is substantive, and that matter wasn't created from nothing, right? It was brought forth from Himself. He is the source of all matter, of all life, of all energy, of light. And the idea that all this matter just popped up out of nothing, that's not the biblical narrative whatsoever. It actually says to the opposite. It says that all matter, all life came from Him. He's the originator. He's the source, the prime mover, the uncaused cause, the
So you don't
non-contingent.
believe in, like, the kun fayakun, like be, and He says be and it is?
What? Be and it is? What do you
Like
mean by
how,
that?
yeah, God says be and it is, whatever He's creating, like He can create it, like,
No, yeah,
from
yeah,
nothing.
yeah. No, yeah, no. He everything comes forth from Himself, because it even says that wisdom had a nativity, Proverbs 8, that even the Ruach HaKodesh, the Ruach Hakma, was brought forth from Himself, and that the word, the logos, logic, was also brought forth from Himself. Everything was
So how are
created
you not
through everything was created through perturbation, through vibrations, that came forth from Himself, dude. He, like, manifested it.
Okay, so how are you not pantheistic then? If everything is from God, then everything is God.
No, everything
Why not?
has because everything has a cause, right? And that cause is the source of all creation. The creation isn't the Creator, right? The creation was brought forth from the Creator. He's the Father, right? He's Abba. He is the Father of all life. But the life itself is not the Father. He's external, right? We're tethered to Him, though, through the Spirit, through the ether. We're tethered through the singularity, the single source that seems to be at the center of our realm, at a special place known as um the dwelling of Yahweh, the Mount Zion, the mountain of the great King, lofty in elevation.
I don't know. I feel like there's maybe um a contradiction, because, like, with humans, for instance, I'll give you an example. I'll try to keep it, like, as clean as possible. But, like, if I consume water, right, then I pee it out. That it comes from me, but it's not me, right? But it was consumed externally first. If you're saying every single thing that existed before God started creating was God, like, it was all that existed was God, right? And then it came from Him. Then how do you separate, without it being introduced externally? How do you separate it from, being God when it comes from God?
Yeah, easy. So the creator has a singularity. He has a single point of reference, not to be not to be confused with pantheism, where the universe is God, right? In my worldview, he has a singular point of reference, and he's personable. He has a physicality. He has a form, contrary to popular belief. And because of that, he can't be reality all itself, especially when the scriptures tell us that he's set apart and that we're distant from him, especially because we are living in a fallen world. We can't survive in his presence. So by default, we are distant from him. But eventually, the whole point of this journey is to be reunified or re reconciled back to the Creator, so that heaven and earth will again be unified. But right now, we're distant from him, but we're still tethered to him through the Spirit.
Yeah. It's different than in my belief. In my belief, Allah has the power to create, just like, the kun fayakun, be and it is. And, it doesn't have to come from him. Obviously, the design is his. Everything is made with, intelligent design, with Allah's design or what have you. And you could say, like, in everything there's the essence of Allah or what have you. This design of the Creator. But the actual material is something that do not come from Allah, just like from his being. It just he popped it out of like nothingness. He just created it. And then there's in Islam there's like 4 things specifically that are made with, like, that are shaped or made with Allah's hands. That he created himself, not just by the power of like his word, or just like saying be and it is. And this is what kind of I feel like when they say like Adam is made in the image, or God is made in man's image, or what have you, or man is made in God's image. That basically God has the power, unlike any human, like you think of any artist or anything like that, or any movie director, whatever the project is, they can't create this thing exactly as they imagine it. They have this image of how they want this painting to look like, but they're limited physically by their brushstroke or whatever it is. They can't come exactly as they imagine it. Whereas God, it's exactly man is exactly how he imagined. So it's not to say that man looks like God, but that man is created in God's image, just the image that he had in his like in his mind or what have you. Man looks exactly like that, and it's flawless and everything like that.
From my non religious perspective, in a sense, that is a wonderful way to view the made in God's image line. Never heard that perspective, is all.
So to the idea of the source, what's that mean? He's the source of all creation. So there is a source. Creation didn't just pop up from nothing. And even if the creator created it, where did the material come from? It didn't come from nothing. It came from him.
No, but he's powerful. He's not like us, that we need external reagents to like make something. He can make it from nothing, man. From him, like it's his power.
I get what you're saying, but it's still him though. You get what I'm saying? Like, it ain't like just random manifestation, spontaneous generation. He's actually,
of course, he willed it.
He's using his own energy to manifest it. So it's coming from him. It's his source, It's him.
Yeah, you could say that. Like he spoke.
The energy that sustains it comes from him. It
energy
even says
is a different thing.
It even says that wisdom was brought forth from him.
Yeah, everything's brought forth from him, absolutely. But whether it is actually like materially brought forth from him is what I disagree with.
There's nothing that is without source. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Even if you think that he just kind of it just kind of popped up by his word or by his command, it still was brought forth from him. You know what I'm saying?
I agree with you. But I feel like you're making the assumption that because we're made of material, then and we come from God, that God must be made from material. I think that's affirming the consequent of it. It's possible that we're made from material, we come from God, but God is not material. He has the power to create material from immaterial.
Yeah, but there is no such thing as nothing. As nothing, it's just a concept. The idea that God is nothing, that he has no material, that would be the presupposition, because we don't have evidence of nothing. Everything has something. Even the space between electrons. Right now, this is contentious, but there's something there, bro. There's a background medium, and the Father, as described in the Tanakh, he has a physicality, bro. The Creator has a physicality, a physical presence. He's not just wispy energy.
Yes, of course. I agree that there's a physical kind of like aspect of God, but that's because he's, and that's what I'm saying. That's how it would be illogical for us, or not for you, because you assume that he was material to begin with, right? I don't, because I view like the material things are created things, and he's eternal, and so he's not material, because then you have to ask yourself, how do you have material on Earth that is not eternal? All this material, it decays, it withers away, it gets decomposed and renews, and then it's created again, part of the cycle. Whereas he would be eternal material. At some point you have to understand that, you have to concede that it's not going to be the same.
Well, no, because it's just, you're understanding that material, just because it's decaying doesn't mean it's being destroyed. It's just thermodynamics. It's just transfer of energy, different states, modalities. It's circling back, and even Paul says that when a man dies, his soul goes to Sheol, but his spirit goes to the Father. The spirit is that animating force. It's that energy that he gave to begin with. It goes right back to him. It gets cycled right back to him who gave it. So it's not getting lost. It's not getting destroyed.
I don't believe energy exists, bro.
Yeah, well, that's what Ruach is. That's what the Ruach is. That's what spirit is. That's what force is. Because the word in Hebrew for force is the word Ruach. It's the same word used for pneuma, spirit, and the same word used for breath and wind. And it represents an exertion. Which is what's an exertion? A force.
Sure. No, I mean, you could have pressures and stuff like that. But this modern kind of first law of thermodynamics: energy is neither created nor destroyed. I think that's BS. That's not possible for them to prove. They've never known whether or not energy was created. They say energy is matter. Matter makes energy, or whatever. They don't know if the energy was eternal or not. So to say that that's never created nor destroyed is kind of weird. So I'm not I would be wary of the whole energy thing. I think it's a convention of man that we've created, and we've duped ourselves to thinking it's actually a thing, just like time. Time, space, energy, they're all made up.
Nah, dude. Nah, dude, not at all. These biblical concepts, time and force, are very real, dude. Very real.
Time is not real. Time is motion, man. Time is movement. If you stop all motion, you stop time.
I know, dude. But so the word ruach, like an exhalation, and sometimes in if you look at the lexicon, I'll say a violent exhalation or inhalation. Right. What we're talking about is pressure mediation. An exertion of that's legit, bro. And that energy comes from source.
Pressure mediation is definitely true.
Yeah, so that exertion, that force, that energy to even be able to do that animation comes from source, comes from him. He gives you the energy, the spirit to be able to use energy. Because he gave us the breath of life.
Sure, but you're combining the energy into I don't know. For instance, you use it as a synonym for force, and then you use it as a synonym for spirit.
That's what force is.
For me. Yeah, force
it's
exists.
Spirit.
You could. No, force is pressure. You know, when you apply pressure, you have
That's what
force.
spirit
Heat has,
is. I swear that's what
it's
spirit is in the Hebrew. Now, if you have this conception of spirit like Casper the Ghost, like a phantasma, like an apparition, then you're not gonna understand the actual context of the word ruach.
no, you're talking about the soul, the ruach.
No,
Yeah, I know what
no,
you're
dude.
doing.
See, no, I'm talking about ruach, not nefesh, because the ruach is that force that animates the nefesh, the body, the soul. The ruach gives birth to the nefesh, to the soul, which is that animating force that comes from the creator that when you die goes back to the creator. And all living things, whether it's plants or insects, all have that living force is known as the ruach haya, the breath of life that animates all living things, including plants and insects. And
Would
even
you say that
according to Enoch, is responsible for the movement of the luminaries and the suspension
did
of
you
the
say
clouds.
I got you? But did you say that the body is the nefs, the nefesh?
No, you have there's three components that make up the body or the human, right? The man. Not to get too in detail with the organs and all that, but I'm saying like you have the body, which is the vessel. You have the spirit, which is the energetic force, the energy that you receive at conception, right? And that energy that gets transferred to that egg, that zygote, is the same force that was given to Adam. When Adam was given that breath of life through his nostrils, it's that same spark of life that's been permeating through mankind from person to person to person till today. That is, people conflate that energetic force with the spirit, with the I mean not the spirit, with the soul, which is the mind, right? Your collection of thoughts and experiences that make up who you are as a person, your identity. That is the soul, the nefesh haya. Don't conflate that with the spirit, which is an energetic force that he gave you, that animated you. It's known as the nefesh. I mean, it's known as the ruach haya, the breath of
Yeah,
life.
but we just use different terms. For us, the ruh al hayy, you know, which is what you're talking about, um, the soul of life, you know, that yeah, originated from God breathing into Adam. That's the soul. You don't you use the soul as like the term for what we call it's the nefs in Arabic, and it's what we call as like the self, or like you know the mind of the person or what have you. This is the thing that like that the shaitan will target with his waswasa, with his whisperings. You know, he'll try to seduce the self, the nefs into sinning, right? Um, so that's what we call it. We wouldn't call it the soul. The soul is the ruh, the you know the person's soul. That's what's gonna be in heaven or hell after they pass or what have you. Whereas the nefs, it's like maybe the how can I say this? It's like in the middle between the ruh and the body and the jism, you know, and it's basically like what allows the body to act, and you know it's tough to explain, but yeah,
No, I
we
get
just
it,
use
and
different terms.
I really study this stuff, and I'm fascinated by it. And I'm not trying to sound dogmatic or like impose my understanding on you, but I'm just trying to share my ideas, and I do believe that you have a similar
It just gets a little
concept.
confusing when
I
you use
think we're just
spirit
talking
and
past each
soul
other.
so differently, you know. But yeah, no, that's why I was like trying to get like nail down your terminology, because for us, spirit and soul are basically like synonymous, right? Whereas you were using soul to
No, yeah,
describe
they're
like
not.
the
They're not synonymous, and it becomes synonymous to those that aren't familiar or have the awareness of the text, right? They conflate terms, but in the text, there's a reason why there's a distinction between soul and spirit and body, because there's a big, clear difference between the soul, the spirit, and the body. And I guarantee in both Arabic
not
and
in
Hebrew,
English though.
there's a
Not in English is my
distinction.
point. You know,
Yeah, in English, even in English, there is a distinction, but it's kind of been conflated because of Eastern philosophies and just I don't know, people getting confused.
but like even in the Bible, they call it the Holy Spirit. That's how it's translated, you know, and
Yeah, but that's not an
like
apparition. That's not a
I'm not saying it
the
is. I'm
Holy
not saying it is. I'm
Spirit
not talking
isn't a
about
fun
ghosts.
isn't a ghost.
I know I'm not talking about ghosts. I'm talking about like just in English, like the spirit of a person or the soul of a person. They're very kind of like synonymous almost. So yeah,
Yeah.
in Hebrew and in Arabic, they're very different. You know, the nafs and the ruh are very different.
Yeah.
But that's like when you're explaining English, and maybe this is something that's kind of like lost in translation. But that's why I was confused by why you were saying that the body or like the nafs is the soul.
Well, the nefesh
Because
isn't the
it's
word body in Hebrew, right?
no,
And the
no,
soul
no.
isn't the
I
body.
corrected myself. I said the body, and then I corrected myself and said the nafs is the soul because that's what you were saying.
The
Nafs is the
the
soul.
nefesh is the soul, correct? Not the
Yeah.
body. Yeah.
How we get on this anyway?
Not because we're talking about the Father, whether he's just spiritual or whether he has a body or physicality or not. And you know, in my opinion, the disembodied spirits, the out of all the entities that exist in reality right now, the ones without bodies are the lowest ranking entities in all of existence, even lower than us. They don't have
No, so how
bodies.
about this?
Why would the creator not have a body? It makes no sense. Because all the Melachim, all the different classes of angels, whether it's the Ketubim, whether it's the um, Nephilim, whether it's the Ophanim, Seraphim, you name it, bro, right? They had bodies. The
I'll
only
tell you.
ones that didn't have bodies were the ones that were supposed to be born, were the the Nephilim hybrids, where the Watchers came down and cohabitated with women, and they brought forth giants. Those giants died off, and when they died off, they left behind residual energies, which is what we know today as the jinn or as the shadim, the demons. Those are the disembodied spirits of the Nephilim. They used to have bodies, now they don't have bodies, and now they're inferior than they were when they had bodies, and they long to have a body, and they wish to have a body, and they don't have a body. And they suffer, and this was prophesied in Enoch that this would happen, that the Watchers would watch their children destroy themselves. And this is exactly what happened. And now you're telling me that the Father doesn't have a body? Come on, dude. When all of his hosts
So
have bodies, now he doesn't have a body, bro? Come on, dude.
all right, well, how about this for an argument? Allah, a God, is he's transcendent, right? He is. One would argue that for him to have a body means he's confined to to a like that which is material has volume, right? It has limitations in terms of you know in terms of like the the volume that it has, and as such it has a density, and these are material limitations that God transcends. So it's almost like limiting God to say that he has a size, a shape, a form, because
That's
these are all
so
things that
interesting that you think
depend
like
on.
that.
So
So
no, how do
I'm
you argue?
limiting
How
him,
do you
but
argue
you're
this?
not limiting him because you think that he can't take on a form. So you're limiting. You're the one actually limiting him, trying to say that he can't take
I'm
a
not
form,
saying
or
that.
he's.
I'm not saying this is what I believe. I'm saying how do you respond to the argument though?
I would show him scripture that says otherwise. Plethora of scripture that says otherwise.
He is limited by these
No, that he
material
has
limitations.
physicality, that he's described all over the place with physical
Okay, well then
properties, having a
wouldn't you
vestment,
agree then?
sitting on a throne, having a beard, having all this. Go ahead.
Wouldn't you agree then that it defies human logic, which is like how we started this conversation, that he is material without the material limitations that all other material, like the created material, has?
Yeah, I never. So, all right, how do I explain this? Okay, so earlier, or there's this Neoplatonic understanding of this Gnostic understanding that the body is evil, that the matter is evil, and that and that's just not the case. You get where I'm coming from?
Yeah.
And there's this push to think that the ethereal realm is purely spiritual, and that we are to transcend this physical realm. In the following life, it's going to be like the wispy spiritual realm or astral realm of sorts, and that's the base reality. That reality is more real than this reality, and that's a psyop, dude. That's a perversion. Instead, I think the creator is going to restore reality, and it's still going to be physical. We're still going to have bodies, and Messiah, he was evidence that when he resurrected in his resurrected body, that it was still physical, and and it violated logic, our logic, because he was able to walk through walls, but yet was still able to eat and sup with his apostles and eat fish. And he even asked Thomas the doubter to touch him on his side, showing that he indeed was a physical being. In his resurrected form, he was still physical. And even when the angels ate with Lot, when they visited Lot, they were physical. When Abraham supped with the angels, they were physical. They were able to eat with angelic beings. Angels were eating and supping, showing that they're physical, bro.
Yeah, I feel like okay. So how about this? In Genesis, it says first there was the Word, and the Word was with God, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So all that existed was God and His Word, right? Now, if you're saying God was a physical being, physical beings are affected by, they have to exist in a place and a time, and they're subject to change. They're affected by movement. Are you saying that all of these things, place, you could argue that it needs to be created? needs to be created. Change is created. Are you saying that these things all existed before God, since he's physical and depends on them? Wouldn't that go against what's said in Genesis?
So I'll explain it to you. No, because people misinterpret Genesis.